love it in my heart and soul. So I couldn't stop smoking. I love to draw marijuana. It gives me a deep meditation. It keeps me not the dreadlocks jumping. It keeps me not the dreadlocks rocking. It gives me a deep meditation. Marijuana. So I couldn't stop.
Marijuana in my soul. Marijuana in my heart. I love to smoke marijuana. It gives me a deep meditation. I love to draw marijuana. It gives me a deep meditation. It keeps me not the dreadlocks jumping. It keeps me not the dreadlocks rocking. It keeps me not the dreadlocks swinging. The white man love to smoke marijuana. The black man love to cultivate it. I love to smoke marijuana. It gives me a deep meditation. Marijuana.
You're now listening to DJ Mike Cheddar.
Smoke, I choke, I blow them O's in my chest and out my nose. OG Kush, exotic brands. I done smoked all kind of strands. African, Afghanistan, from the pharmacy hand to hand. Getting high with my engineer, stay smoking blunt with my cameraman. And it's strong just like some cookies. Long ounce a day when I put on.
I love it to my heart and soul.
Yeah,
I couldn't stop smoking. I love to draw marijuana. It keeps me not the dreadlocks jumping. It keeps me not the dreadlocks rocking. It gives me a deep meditation. Marijuana, oh oh, I love it.
it keep me not the dreadlocks jumping.
I love to smoke marijuana.
Alright, last time.
DJ
Marijuana in my soul. Marijuana in my heart. I love to smoke marijuana. It gives me a deep meditation. I love to draw marijuana. It gives me a deep meditation. It keeps me not the dreadlocks jumping. It keeps me not the dreadlocks rocking. It keeps me not the dreadlocks swinging. The white man love to smoke marijuana. The black man love to cultivate it. I love to smoke marijuana. It gives me a deep meditation. Marijuana.
You're now listening to DJ Mike Cheddar.
Smoke, I choke, I blow them O's in my chest and out my nose. OG Kush, exotic brands. I done smoked all kind of strands. African, Afghanistan, from the pharmacy hand to hand. Getting high with my engineer, I stay smoking blunt with my cameraman. And it's strong just like some cookies. Long ounce a day when I put
I
on.
love it to my heart and soul.
Yeah,
I couldn't stop smoking. I love to draw marijuana. It keeps me not the dreadlocks jumping. It keeps me not
break it down and roll it great. My marijuana motivate. And no, it ain't getting old.
I love you to my heart and soul.
Okay. I brought the weed, who got the swishers? Free brought with me to drink all this liquor. We go hard.
I love you to my heart and soul. So I couldn't stop smoking. I love you to my heart and soul. The white man love to smoke marijuana. The black man love to cultivate it. It gives me a deep meditation. It gives me that the dreadlocks jumping. It gives me that the dreadlocks rocking. It gives me a deep meditation.
That is crazy. Hey man, y'all, I was about to try to do my little trivia questions for us, but they didn't took it off. I was trying to find. They didn't took it. Yeah, they took it. Okay. Dang, so that's like the first half hour of my show I was gonna do. They took all my questions.
Marijuana in my soul. Marijuana in my heart. I love to smoke marijuana. It gives me a deep meditation. I love to draw marijuana. It gives me a deep meditation. It keeps the natty dreadlocks jumping. It keeps the natty dreadlocks rocking. It keeps the natty dreadlocks swinging. The white man love to smoke marijuana. The black man love to cultivate it. I love to smoke marijuana. It gives me a deep meditation. Marijuana.
You're now listening to DJ Mike Cheddar.
Smoke, I choke, I blow them O's. In my chest and out my nose. OG Kush exotic brands. I done smoked all kind of strands. African, Afghanistan. From the pharmacy, hand to hand. Getting high with my engineer. I stay smoking bud with my cameraman. And it's strong just like some cookies. Ounce a day when I put
I
on.
love you to my heart and soul.
Yeah.
I couldn't stop smoking. I love to draw marijuana. It keeps the natty dreadlocks jumping. It keeps the natty dreadlocks rocking. It gives me a deep meditation. Marijuana, oh, I love it.
Oh
Break it
my
down and roll.
god! Oh my god! I couldn't stop smoking.
Marijuana in my soul. Marijuana in my I love to smoke marijuana. It gives me a deep meditation. I love to draw marijuana. It gives me a deep meditation. It keeps me natty dreadlocks jumping. It keeps the natty dreadlocks rocking. It keeps the natty dreadlocks swinging. The white man love to smoke marijuana. The black man love to cultivate it. I love to smoke marijuana. It gives me a deep meditation. Marijuana.
You're now listening to DJ Mike Cheddar.
Smoke, I choke, I blow them O's in my chest and out my nose. OG Kush, exotic brands. I done smoked all kind of strands. African, Afghanistan, from the pharmacy hand to hand. Getting high with my engineer, I stay smoking bud with my cameraman. And it's strong just like some cookies. Ounce a day without put on.
Love it to my heart and soul.
Yeah.
I couldn't stop smoking. I love to draw marijuana. It keeps the natty dreadlocks jumping. It keeps the natty dreadlocks rocking. It gives me a deep meditation. Marijuana, oh, I love it.
OG Kush, exotic brands. I done smoked all kind of strands. African, Afghanistan, from the pharmacy hand to hand. Getting high with my engineer, I stay smoking bud with my cameraman. And it's strong just like some cookies. Ounce a day when I put on.
Love it to my heart and soul.
Yeah.
I couldn't stop smoking. I love to draw marijuana. It keeps the natty dreadlocks jumping. It keeps the natty dreadlocks rocking. It gives me a deep meditation. Marijuana, oh, I love it.
So I couldn't stop.
I love it.
That is the one.
Marijuana, it gives me a deep meditation. It keeps the natty dreadlocks jumping. It keeps the natty dreadlocks rocking. It keeps the natty dreadlocks swinging. The white man love to smoke marijuana. The black man love to cultivate it. I love to smoke marijuana. It gives me a deep meditation. Marijuana.
You're not
So I
Like some cookies. Ounce a day when I put
I
on.
love it to my heart and soul.
Yeah.
I couldn't stop smoking. I love to draw marijuana. It keeps the natty dreadlocks jumping. It keeps the natty dreadlocks rocking. It gives me a deep meditation. Marijuana, oh, I love it.
break it down and roll it great. I know I wasn't supposed to go like that. I very want to motivate. And no, it ain't getting no. I love it to my heart and soul. So I couldn't stop smoking. I love you to my heart and soul. Giving more skrill dealing no deal. I don't wanna make up as if I wanted to.
PetSmart app has powerful features to help you care for your pet. We also have Store with human-powered grooming technology. Talk about cutting edge. Book in app, groom in store. PetSmart, anything for pets.
The Colonel has a bucket list. The $10 one. Monday nuggets. Tuesday fried chicken. Wednesday.
Ladies and gentlemen, players and players, teachers, staff, and students, I am very honored to welcome you to the high school annual talent show. Brought to you by the makers of Wiz Khalifa Premium Rolling Papers and the qualified growers of Snoop Dogg Master Kush. So without further ado, let's get this show on the road. First contestant, bring your talent to the foreground and let your smoke be
Every time I go out, I'm blowing that smoke out. I buy it, don't even know the price. I saw cause I live it, pay me a visit, and I'll be somewhere up in the sky. My nigga is about to go down. We fly, it's no lie that we high, so I'm down. It's hoes out. When I clean a ride, can't one jump inside. Got a joint filled with quality shit. I'm proud of bitch smoking weed, niggas talk shit. All of them shrimp. I'm a big fish. Roll a joint, lick it once, tell you hit this. Rubies on my dick, several cushions on my hit list. In and out these niggas, bitches smoking tree and not to mention hustling, trying to mind my business. You probably went to class while I was in the hallway skipping. Yeah, I hear what they saying, just be too high to listen. About my money tripping, if I even fold it wrong, you ain't smoking. It's good if it's fire, tell you I sold it all. Or wait till one of my hoes come round and roll it all. Or say fuck it and cut it till I go smoke with dog. I show up, I show up, I show up. Car push the start, hit the button once it go off. Keep the money coming in and the papers rolled up. And they ain't worried about a hating nigga, they get no love. I go out, I'm blowing that smoke out. I buy it, don't even know the price. I saw cause I live it, come pay me a visit, and I'll be somewhere up in the sky. My nigga is about to go down. We fly, it's no lie that we high, till we down. And it's hoes out. Rolling up, clean a ride, against the most one jump inside.
I go green like I was Archbishop Don Juan and blow circles round you suckers like a marathon. My gym teacher told me, but I didn't listen.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I hear what they saying, just be too. Or say fuck it and cut it. They ain't worried about a hating nigga, they get no love. I go out, I'm blowing that smoke out. I buy it, don't even know the price. I saw cause I live it, come pay me a visit, and I'll be somewhere up in the sky. My nigga is about to go down. We fly, it's no lie that we high, till we down. Up in his hoes out. Rolling up, clean a ride, against the most one jump inside.
I go green like I was Archbishop Don Juan and blow.
Rolling up in the ride, cause the rose.
And I'll be somewhere up in the sky. My nigga is about to go down. We fly, it's no lie that we high, till we down. Up in his hoes out. Rolling up, clean a ride, against the most one jump inside.
I go green like I was Archbishop.
Ain't worried about a hating nigga. They up, I show up, car it all. I wait till one of my hoes come round and roll it all. Or say fuck it and cut it till I go smoke with dog. I show up, I show up, I show up. Car push the start, hit the button once it go off. Keep the money coming in and the papers rolled up. And they ain't worried about a hating nigga, they get no love. I go out, I'm blowing that smoke out. I buy it, don't even know the price. I saw cause I live it, come pay me a visit, and I'll be somewhere up in the sky. My nigga is about to go down. We fly, it's no lie that we high, till we down. Up in his hoes out. Rolling up, clean a ride, against the most one jump inside.
I go green like I was Archbishop Don Juan and blow circles.
Rolling up, clean the ride, cause the rose one jump inside. Oh my shit was right. Look at Worm God. We are oh, rolling up, clean the ride, cause them hoes won't jump inside. Oh, snap. Okay, girl, take pride in what you wanna do, even if that means a new man every night inside of you. Baby, I don't mind. You can tell by how I roll. See, I'm quick to oh. Every time I wake up, and if I want you, every time I'm saying, I don't wanna wake up. She's about to earn right.
She's about to earn some bragging rights. I'm about to give it up like I've been holding back all night. Girl, take pride in what you wanna do, even if that means a new man every night inside of you. Oh, baby, I don't mind. You can tell by how I roll. Cause my click hard and my cup cold, my tongue slugs, I'm so thrown. I want this fuck from my last show. We CG and I'm at so I'm only here for one night, and I'ma be a memory. Say it in my ear, so I can hear what you say to me. I got tons full of that rose, they smoke anything that's with me. Don't worry about my voice, I won't need it for what I'm about to do to you. Bad bitch, girl, I think I might get used to you. I might have to take a number when I'm through with you. All I ask of you is try to earn my memory. Make me remember you like you remember me. Bad bitch, girl, I think I might get used to you. I might have to take a number when I'm through with you. All I ask of you is try to earn my memory. Make me remember you like you remember me.
On rapping ass, like years past the class. Hit it, don't have to pass. Nigga, we the new aftermath. Niggas after fame, I just have to laugh. Niggas after fame, I'm after cash. You's a fan, I'm a player. I'm the man, you's a hater. And I only smoke papers, so you tell that I'm tailored. Nigga, listen, break it down, roll the weed on the island of my kitchen. And then the thing goes down without permission. Look, everything I got on I was made for. Everything that I got I done came for. All the shit that you see I done slaved for. All the cars in the crib, yeah, that's paid for. Need I say more? Spend so much money on clothes and fucking start making my own. I hope that you rolling one up while you singing along. And know I was rolling one while I was making this song. Pour out some shots, you're taking too long. Young and I'm rich and plus all of my friends on that Bombay and lemonade.
I might have to take your number when I'm through with you. All I ask of you is try to earn my memory. Make me remember you like you remember me. Bad bitch, girl, I think I might get used to you. I might have to take your number when I'm through with you. All I ask of you is try to earn my
some chill, I'm moving slow. I'm driving fast, I hit the weed. You take the wheel, we lose control. Drop the top of that 69, that motor roaring, that ocean valve. Can't say a thing, it's how you supposed to feel. Stacking all of this paper, dog. I like to call this shit old news, and these haters jocking our old moves. Popping champagne cause we made it. Back of the phantom, we faded. All of the shit that I did, I probably won't remember tomorrow.
That bitch girl, think I might get kissy. I might have to take it over when I'm through with you. All I ask of you is try to earn my memory. Make me remember you, like you remember me. That bitch girl, I think I might get kissy. I might have to take it over when I'm through with you. All I ask of you is try to earn my memory. Make me remember you, like you remember me. Oh, yeah. Kissy, through with you. All I ask of you is try to earn my memory. Make me remember you, like you remember me. Kissy, through with you.
Oh, rapping ass, this is crazy. What did he say? You say, you crazy, that's crazy. You crazy. That dude is funny. The blonde dude with the dog. Car hit the push the button, wants to go off. Ain't worried about it, hater niggas ain't get no love. Back from the dead like a Machiavelli, Machiavelli. Ooh.
It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Conversation got boring. Said you're going to bed.
And then ask me kindly, don't wanna go crazy. We do this every night and then we always wake up singing the same
5
song.
o'clock in the morning. Conversation got boring. Said you're going to bed soon.
Let's
So
go.
I snuck off to your bedroom.
Come on.
I thought I'd just wait there.
Wait on me.
So I heard you come up the
I won't let you
stairs.
stay lonely.
I pretended I was sleeping.
Alright.
I was hoping you were
Baby
creeping.
girl, good night. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Conversation got boring. Said you're going to bed soon. So I snuck up to your bedroom. And I thought I'd just wait there until I heard you come up the stairs. And I pretended I was sleeping. And I was hoping you were creeping. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Oh, and you ain't got nothing on but the t-shirt that I left over your house the last time I came and put it on ya. Too many thirsty girls up in this club for me to leave here with one of them. That's why I call her. And you'll be right at home waiting for me. iPhone plugged in the wall just waiting for me. Club closes 6, left around 4:30. Yeah, so by the time I'm at your crib,
It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
and you yawning, but I've been drinking all night. I feel like performing with you in the bedroom, floor to the dresser. Don't want nothing less, cause I'm sure you're the best. So I let you. That's how you show me love. And when we finish, you like, damn, babe, you woke me up. I love the way you put it down, like it's for both of us. The sun ain't the only thing that's coming up. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Conversation got boring. Said you're going to bed soon. So I snuck up to your bedroom.
got nothing on.
Direct
T-shirts that I left over the last night. Too many thirsty girls in the club for me to leave them for one of them. That's why I called, man. Hey, you ain't got nothing on but a t-shirt I left out the last time I kinda put it on you. Too many thirsty girls in the club for me to leave it for one with one of them. That's why I called. I really don't know about y'all.
Yeah. Getting most grill deal or no deal, yeah. Chevy bags. Heavy hustle. Of course the game. On and on and on and on and we just drink and smoke until the morning. Your homegirls texting, you ignoring them. Hit the weed, giggle a little, then you get horny. I hit the weed, get on my mission, and then I'm gone in. Knowing damn well they got boyfriends. Still they get the front door, asked them which floor I'm on. I'm at the top, polo socks and pajamas on. She smoke chronic, know the lyrics to all my songs. It's like I died, went to heaven, me and all my dogs. That's why we sip champagne till the bottle's gone. Bro, weed on your taste, the bitches unfollow y'all. I can never make up. Yes, if I wanted to. It's real talk what I'm saying to you. I don't wanna wake up. On just one thought of you. Got me falling, I can't get up, So will you co-star with me? Cause my life is like a movie. Champagne parties in my hotel. Her friends don't even smoke, but they digging the smell. Ex-boyfriend ringing your cell, but every effort to save used to no avail. Nothing but starters on my team, nigga, coach failed. And all we do is get high, watch a dope swim, relatively fly like a meteor or spaceship. Party every night and early morning get wasted. All the way 100, you other niggas a makeshift. Roll that rapper weed, you smoking, don't wanna taste this. Face it, she wanna fly where the planes is. Got her testing out all of my trees, Miss Blazer. Champagne and face up, this if I wanted to. It's real talk what I'm saying to you. I don't wanna wake up on just one thought of you. Got me falling, I can't get up, So will you co-star with me? Cause my life is like a movie. Never make up this if I wanted to. It's real talk what I'm saying to you. I don't wanna wake up on just one thought of you. Got me falling, I can't get up, So will you co-star with me? Cause my life is like a movie.
We stay smoking that la la la. Easy rider joint roller my 9 to 5. You could probably smell it in the car when we riding by. More like all the way up, we ain't kinda high. We more than fly. Introduce you to the gang members. That's Taylor like blood, no gang members. No names enter. And now you on Champagne Land. I'm on the island of hard liquor. Hippie fans, joint lit, and guitar pickers going nowhere for a while. I got this Snickers, now you wanna mingle. Hurt young single. Big face chicks, they stack my Pringles. You call it tight, I say well fit. And we ain't taking no prisoners, now you jealous. In your state, please make sure the weed's great. Fresh produce, purple and green grapes. Groove, crisp bills in my jean pants. Telly room cloudy on the upper screen.
This if I wanted to. It's real talk what I'm saying to you. I don't wanna wake up on just one thought of you. Got me falling, I can't get up, So will you co-star with me? Cause my life is like a movie. Never make up this if I wanted to. It's real talk what I'm saying to you. I don't wanna wake up on just one thought of you. Got me falling, I can't get up, So will you co-star with me? Cause my life is like a movie.
It's my first day of work and I need to make a big impression.
If you're not willing to sacrifice, the exit is right there.
Someone.
champagne. Yeah. Lamborghini wings too. Oh yeah. Come on, fly with your boy. You look like just what I like. Yeah. What say you, my dear? We drink, get drunk, go straight to the crib. Gotta think on this thing over there. Them yellow diamonds lead straight to the whiz. Entrepreneur got straight to the biz. Jump in my car, spaceship that is. And we fly out. Them expensive things that we try out. Most lie about. You got me like Neo, go girl. Do your own thing, I can see in your own world. Got my homeboys, bring free your homegirl. Shawty, we gon' do this shit right. I'm trying to find a bottle of anything that you like. So when they got a problem, I'm trying to take it tonight. And if you wanna roll, so baby, we can go. I ain't showing off, this is all in my life. Yeah. And you gon' be my People, I'll never be the same. You rockin' with a plane. Going up and I'm not concerned with how much it's gonna cost. Cause I come and drink it straight, probably order you alone. You ain't favorite in the drinks, I'ma roll some in this bomb. And it's from outer space to somewhere under a palm. Free, the flyest thing you ever been on. Me, and them other niggas claim to be the planes, but how they leave the land when they on. No cure, girl, my swag is sicker than no cure. Maybe it's all the alcohol making me so sure. Damn, baby, we cop the brochure, we don't shop at those stores. Presidential pad on top of those floors. Say you got friends, I got lots of homeboys. And it like you smoking chill like I do. So come to Mountain, bring your friends in, they can get high too. And don't be People, I'll never be the same. You rockin' with a plane. Shop at those stores. Presidential pad on top of those floors. Say you got friends, I got lots of homeboys. And it like you smoking chill like I do. So come to Mountain, bring your friends in, they can get high too. And don't be People, I'll never be the same. You rockin' with a plane.
I know you would.
Girl, my swag is sicker than no cure. Maybe it's all like alcohol making me so sure. Damn, baby, we cop the brochure. We don't shop at those stores. Presidential pad on top of those floors. Say you got friends, I got lots of home boys. And they like to smoke and chill like I do. So come to my hotel, bring your friends in, they can get high too. And go be my People, I'll never be the same. You rockin' with the plane. My swag is sicker than no cure. Maybe it's all like alcohol making me so sure. Damn, baby, we cop the brochure. We don't shop at those stores. Presidential pad on top of those floors. Say you got friends, I got lots of home boys. And they like to smoke and chill like I do. So come to my hotel, bring your friends in, they can get high too. And go be my People, I'll never be the same. You rockin' with the plane. Shark Week
It's pretty crazy. Every time.
You can be my first. It knows when you can't take it from me.
Yeah. Sean Khalifa, man. My weed good. Fingernails clean now. I don't do nothing but peel money and touch bitches. Tell them go hard. Yup. That's what I'ma do. Yeah. Giuliano on the track. Taylor gang is family. Heavy hustle. Roger. Yeah. I work for everything I own. There a nigga try to take us. Taking 100 on the range just for blocking out you haters. Swear they in my way, they in my rear view mirror. If a nigga act stupid, I'ma let him get his fish. His 30 designer in my back. He's recliner. Got it into living good and blowing money like it's tissue. When niggas see you eating, get the starving for a plate. When you don't give them when they hit, that's why my niggas get this. No gimmick. I talk it how I live it. So when nigga cross the finish, gotta push it to the limit. Got him on a little sister. I plan on taking care of. Lost my uncle this year. A couple niggas in the system. So I roll. Don't tell them where I'm landing, but I know something that I'm going towards some money. I can see you niggas liking every day. I'm on my job. Khalifa going hard till I'm the last man standing. Cause I'ma go hard or I'ma go. I ain't been there in so long. Goodbye. Cause I'ma go hard or I'ma go. I ain't been there in so long. Yeah. Got my eyes on this money. Some good money burning from you. Got it grind going hard. It's not an option. Now these niggas acting jealous cause they feel like they ain't shining and they little shit stop when this big shit pops. Sin fiend, gotta keep it in my system. About to zip gorillas, cause I blow it by the onion. By the bill, send some paper to my youngin', cause he just like Steve Francis. He be playing with the rock, ripping on the wheel. Got my pedal to the metal, about to hit another city. Ain't no point in getting settled. Straight onto the plane, ain't been home in so long. Niggas think it's my cologne. That's money that I smell like. Got my father, can't stand my older brother. Got some niggas doing years, cause of funny niggas telling. So I'ma leave Brandon till the day that I expire. Keep running back, till I'm the last man standing.
Cause I'ma go hard or I'ma go home. I ain't been there with no so long. Goodbye. Cause I'ma go hard or I'ma go home. I ain't been there with no so long.
Brother got some niggas doing years, cause some funny niggas telling. So I'ma leave Brandon till the day that I expire. Keep running back, till I'm the last man standing.
Cause I'ma go hard or I'ma go home. I ain't been there with no so long. Goodbye. Cause I'ma go hard or I'ma go home. I ain't been there with no so long. Goodbye.
Some paper to my youngin', cause he just like Steve Francis. He be playing with the rock, ripping on the wheel. Got my pedal to the metal, about to hit another city. Ain't no point in getting settled. Straight onto the plane, ain't been home in so long. Niggas think it's my cologne. That's money that I smell like. Got my father, can't stand my older brother. Got some niggas doing years, cause of funny niggas telling. So I'ma leave Brandon till the day that I expire. Keep running back, till I'm the last man standing.
Cause I'ma go hard or I'ma go home. I ain't been there with no so long. Goodbye. Cause I'ma go hard or I'ma go home. I ain't been there with no so long. Goodbye.
So good, man. Just said whiz, man. Oh my god, bro. Okay, so this is the last. This has to be the intro, and I want to hear that one. So we're gonna open with that one, if that's okay. It's gotta be for me. Ice cold, yeah, ice cold, yeah, ice cold, yeah, ice cold, yeah, ice cold. And then we go wanna walk, and that should do it. Only got like 2, 3.
Shit, I got like the flames. The fly.
Straight from Mexico, call her Quintana. Damn, she smoked my dope. Swear to God, we go Rambo. If you disrespect the dope. Straight from Mexico, call her Quintana. Damn, she smoked my dope. Swear to God, we go Rambo. Disrespect the dope.
Bless you with this dope. Step to my world where we get ghosts, cause in my mind we float. Every time we step into one note, they tweaking off the coat. Fuck, I'm on my mind, I'm burning bread so much, let's have a toast. My niggas in my know if I was there, nigga, I'd be dead. Now I'm in the building, thinking billions, counting millions. What a feeling, feeling when I never made shit. Now me and my niggas rocking chains and living slave shit. Now who the slave, bitch?
Straight from Mexico, call her Quintana. Damn, she smoked my dope. Swear to God, we go Rambo. Disrespect the dope. Straight from Mexico, call her Quintana. Damn, she smoked my dope. Swear to God, we go Rambo. Disrespect the dope.
Himalayas, I got more keys than the mayor. Let's have a prayer.
Let's go.
Put a vine off in my pager, I hit her later. Dawn and dust, I'm tryna get made. I've been up a day. Damn, I never pop another pill, man, that shit is real. Girl, you know you fucking with a flame, you know the drill. I reach to the heavens, no forgive me, I sin. May the flame live forever, and always bring them in.
The flame. Don't play no games. These niggas is lame. These niggas ain't lawyers. Even new lawyers. Young sacrifice.
She smoked my dope. Swear to God, we go Rambo. Disrespect the dope. Straight from Mexico, call her Quintana. Damn, she smoked my dope. Swear to God, we go Rambo. Disrespect the dope.
With Domino's best deal ever, you can get
any size pizza, any toppings
For only $9.99.
Say.
So we just got one more, and then we're about to get started. Let's get it started in here. That's gonna be Gucci Man. So we're gonna do something with WAP. Oh, I don't know. I can't think either. I don't know. We only get one. We only get one song. So this one's gonna have to be. I feel like it, but I don't know. I can't think, bro. By the time we leave, look at me love. Gucci is no amateur. Ice cold, yeah. Ice cold, yeah. Ice cold, yeah. Ice cold. I don't know, y'all. I don't know, bro. We only get one song. Molly, me. I can't think. Smoking California. Oh, we definitely got to hear that one. Unless that's through it. No, that's the state. Yeah, we can hear this one. We can hear this one, bro. Yeah. I'm gonna do this one, y'all. I forgot about this one. Please wait your turn. Please wait your turn.
I'ma take good care of your back. You my girl and I ain't gon' never tell nobody. I'ma ride it right. I'm gon' take good care of your body. I'ma ride it right. I'ma do it slow, yeah. I won't tell nobody no. I won't tell nobody no. Ain't gon' tell nobody no. I won't tell nobody no. Bitch, you wanna fuck the good. Bitch, you wanna be my girl. Bitch, you need to find a love. Bitch, you wanna kitty slug. Just leave it honest. Pocket full of man, just sitting money. Body perfect. That girl here look like a diamond. Far from worthless. Grown heart special got me looking real nerdy. When she leave from thug world, no longer do she want a motherfucker earth. After that pussy at the thug, I might miss tryna hit it. I want it too bad. Do whatever to get it. She'll care about no cash. Make you feel small like a midget. Just like shot low. Baby, let's get it. I'ma ride it right. I'ma take good care of your body. You my girl and I ain't gon' never tell nobody. I'ma ride it right. I'm gon' take good care of your body. I'ma ride it right. I'ma do it slow, yeah. I won't tell nobody no. I won't tell nobody no. Ain't gon' tell nobody no. I won't tell nobody no. I just can't wanna play. I just need you to get my new main thing. You, what it read? Somerville, I'm from the streets. Ain't no matter what your true, it look like you too cool. You got ass, she got angry, we need more of you. You did like camel soup. Ooh, look at that stand on. Make a nigga put his hand on. Make a nigga throw these bands on. Fuck around, put my name on. I'ma ride it right. I'ma take good care of your body. You my girl and I ain't gon' never tell nobody. I'ma ride it right. I'm gon' take good care of your body. I'ma ride it right. I'ma do it slow, yeah. I won't tell nobody no. I won't tell nobody no. Ain't gon' tell nobody no. I won't tell nobody no. Take good care of your body. You my girl and I ain't gon' never tell nobody. I'ma ride it right. I'm gon' it's you, yeah. I won't tell nobody no. I won't tell nobody no. Ain't gonna tell nobody no. I won't tell nobody no.
Make a nigga put his hands on. Make a nigga throw these bands on. Fuck around, put my name on.
I'ma ride it right. I'ma take good care of your back. You my girl at night. I ain't gon' never tell nobody. I'ma ride it right. I'm gon' take good care of your body. I'ma ride it right. I'ma do it slow, yeah. I won't tell nobody no. I won't tell nobody no. Ain't gon' tell nobody no. I won't tell nobody no.
Make a nigga put his hands on. Make a nigga throw these bands on. Fuck around, put my name on.
I'ma ride it right. I'ma take good care of your back. You my girl at night. I ain't gon' never tell nobody. I'ma ride it right. I'm gon' take good care of your body. I'ma ride it right. I'ma do it slow, yeah. I won't tell nobody no. I won't tell nobody no. Ain't gon' tell nobody no. I won't tell nobody no.
That go, this is my last time, cuz.
Look at that stand on. Camel's ooh. Look at that stand on. Make a nigga put his hands on. Make a nigga throw these bands on. Fuck around, put my name on.
I'ma ride it right. I'ma take good care of your back. You my girl at night. I ain't gon' never tell nobody. I'ma ride it right. I'm gon' take good care of your body. I'ma ride it right. I'ma do it slow, yeah. I won't tell nobody no. I won't tell nobody no. Ain't gon' tell nobody no. I won't tell nobody no.
I didn't know you was still here, Detroit, the whole time. I thought you left.
I'ma take good care of your.
Alright, I know I said last time, but that is so beautiful.
Fuck around, put my name on.
I'ma ride it right. I'ma take good care of your back. You my girl at night. I ain't gon' never tell nobody. I'ma ride it right. I'm gon' take good care of your body. I'ma ride it right. I'ma do it slow, yeah. I won't tell nobody no. I won't tell nobody no. Ain't gon' tell nobody no. I won't tell nobody no.
Ain't nobody know where your shoe, it look like you too cool. she got it, we need more of you. You did like camels too. Ooh, look at that stand on. Make a nigga put his hand on. Make a nigga throw these bags on. Put my name on.
I'ma ride it right. I'ma take good care of your back. You my girl and I ain't gon' never tell nobody. I'ma ride it right. I'm gon' take good care of your body. I'ma ride it right. I'ma do it slow, yeah. I won't tell nobody no. I won't tell nobody no. I ain't gon' tell nobody no. I won't tell nobody no.
That goes stupid.
Put my name on.
I'ma ride it right. I'ma take good care of your back. You my girl and I ain't gon' never tell nobody. I'ma ride it right. I'm gon' take good care of your body. I'ma ride it right. I'ma do it slow, yeah. I won't tell nobody no. I won't tell nobody no. I ain't gon' tell nobody no. I won't tell nobody no.
That's it. Okay. I don't tell nobody no. I don't tell nobody no. I won't tell nobody no. Alright, here we go. I'm about to go back quickly. I'll be right back.
President feta cheese. So fresh. So creamy.
Turn that shit up. Hey,
I'm special, yeah, piped up my gut. I'm from East Atlanta, Costa, I'm a violent motherfucker. Had the pilot serving truckers, I'm a trapping motherfucker. Got a plan, I can't make kidnapping motherfucker. Gay dog, tape a deal, and I'm taping motherfucker. Got a platinum rolling, never went platinum motherfucker. I said walk a block a nigga, he'll walk a motherfucker. Got a hood hoe and a ghost, and I do not think I love. 4 blocks laid together, get your life together. Married to a rich trick, can't be his wife forever. Dirt gang, use a gold digger, bitch, get a shell. And my itinerary is so full that I can't even forget my schedule. Bought some red bottles, turn your bitch to Cinderella. If you don't hit the bottom of that pussy, boy, you better. On the boss, one on the back, got me a double header. Bought that bitch some red bottles, now she Cinderella. Bought some red bottles, turn your bitch to Cinderella. If you don't hit the bottom of that pussy, boy, you better. On the boss, one on the back, got me a double header. Bought that bitch some red bottles, now she Cinderella.
I'm from Jonesboro, South, one way in this motherfucker. I sold a whole lot of bags in the back of this motherfucker. Serving glad to the J, little hustler motherfucker. Ain't your bitch, I'm on her ass, she by the cuffs Cinderella. She lose a slip with that shit ass, I'ma turn her on the loop. 4 top rubber ass, Shawn Michael Miles in her. I got gas bags in the runner, place your order, I'm in. And I'm stuck, cussing gas, some shit I bought from Pee Wee Garden. Court side behind field, nigga, my bitch look like Cinderella. Link, done with go out, we got 2 car Kirk Cobain on. Fucking foreign coupe, back to back on 4 Forgiano mode. Fuck 100,000 for my root, that panoramic mode. I like holding speed, no Anglo, that's how long way like the fuck. If them ain't BBs in your top, you need to put that shit on top. Bust down on hips and hers, rolling long way, nigga, what's up?
Boss some red bottles, turn that bitch to Cinderella's. If you don't hit the bottom of that pussy, boy, you down. One out the box, one out the back, got me a double hell. Bought that bitch some red bottles, now she Cinderella. Bought some red bottles, turn that bitch to Cinderella's. If you don't hit the bottom of that pussy, boy, you down. One out the box, one out the back, got me a double hell. Bought that bitch some red bottles, now she Cinderella.
Target. I don't even do my sketch. Bought some red bottles. To Meek Mills, I bet you didn't know that my niggas made bills. Yes, bet you didn't know. It's time to say some of my niggas have been in the prison. When you're the time, you wanna look down, you wanna look down. Like so, no label, I know it. No label is the one that did it. We gon' gang no label. Welcome to Atlanta, babe. You know to Atlanta. And I knew Atlanta, babe. Had a one time. Got hundreds of fears, they come in there, no talking truck.
We fuck the world up when we drop that Versace inside the truck, nigga, so added up. Fucking Versace, they got us at me. Don't believe me, but nigga, they coming through. Hey, count that money up, add it up. Hey, run that check up, add it up. Hey, count that knot right here, add it up. Hey, run, go get that money over there, add it up. Hey, go get the trunk low, add it up. Here you go. Go. Got hundreds of P's, they coming in, no taco truck. Fuck, nigga, he don't believe me, he can go add it up. Add it up. The breeze just came in, man. The mind came in, man. The white just came in, you don't believe me, fuck nigga. Add it up like a new calculator. In the truck with two guns like I'm Tomb Raider. Hop on the track with no pen or paper. We blowing up, I got the detonator. You can add up the dope like a count. Put the dope in the water, don't drown. Add it up right now, better motherfucker. Looking like a nigga living up on a mountain. I dream, I woke up in fast. Naked bitches in the mansion. I did my calculation. Most of you rappers is imitating. They back on the island, I'm contemplating. Shit, I shoot the kill in my situation. Mama said, Quavo, better stay patient. Dirt that I done, you add up the case. Got hundreds of P's, they coming in. No taco truck. Fuck nigga, he don't believe me. He can go add it up. The police just came in, man. The mind came in, man. The white just came in. You don't believe me, fuck nigga.
What you want, big boy and the tat?
Where'd you get her? It'll
Come on, man, you now.
Cascade Complete has the power of dawn to remove greasy residue, leaving nothing behind but shine.
Got hundreds of pins, they
Liberty
coming in. Don't
That's my name. I tell everyone it feels great getting great coverage and savings on car insurance with Liberty.
Started with $1 and a dream. Me go. riding in pilot with them things. Driving Ferraris with them wings, nigga. Migo! Young rich niggas, Migo, me Miller. Migo! Slide in the pussy like a surfboard. Killing these niggas, get a hearse for 'em. Fuck you niggas, even selling work for 'em. You next to town, put your chirp on. Be the main reason pussy niggas get murked for. Little nigga, who you work for? Cause I came from the bosses, I ain't from no losses. You playing this dirt for 'em. And I came from the first floor. Game making hole like a turf war. Hit the road for my first tour. My level went up to the third floor. And I swerved on these hating niggas. In my head with some Haitian niggas. Bad bitches keep taking pictures. I pulled up in that rent a nigga like what?
Every time we meet, I bet you didn't know that my niggas make millions. But you didn't know. It's sad to say some of my niggas convicted to prison. Had to say, when you in the time, you don't wanna look down, you don't wanna look down. In the summer rain, on the water, black, you know I'm feeling right now. All of my life, I only wanted never Franklin. Touchdown on the fork, nigga, make them tuck in this shit like he Franklin. You and my niggas is not the same. I jumped at that lamb like Bruce Wayne. The 10 piece of chicken is on the way. I told him I need on the underlay. You see them new niggas in back of the club, just look at them plotting in conversation. I know they don't know. Send them Miko to come back to the band for translation. Camera rolling, Quavo Spike Lee. Hair rolling black, look like Willie B. If you do the coke, you gon' buy some keys. If you wanna jump, you gon' buy some keys. I bet you didn't know that my niggas make millions. But you didn't know. It's sad to say some of my niggas convicted to prison. Had to say, when you in the time, you don't wanna look down, you don't wanna look down. In the summer rain, on the water, black, you know how I'm feeling right now.
Look up, I am a professional. Every year only eat vegetables. I got some kush you can roll up, and I got some kush you can eat that is edible. You know what, like I'm Mr. Incredible. Cause you ain't never seen no one is festival. I'm a predator, scoping, no whipping, no ripper that pray my nigga turn to predator.
I bet you didn't know I was 22 when it jumped 10 times. What a miracle. Me and my son identical. 17 years old, I had him, I didn't know what I had to put food on the plate. Asking the Lord, give a nigga some faith. Now when I wake up, I look at my leg. My foot on the pedal, not touching the brake. No chest, but nigga, I got me a check. I bet you didn't know that my niggas make millions. Bet you didn't know. It's sad to say some of my niggas convicted to prison. Had to say, when you in the time, you don't wanna look down, you don't wanna look down. In the summer rain, on the water, black, you know how I'm feeling right now.
Here is a soft place.
No, had a dream that I woke up in a ramen skirt. I'm sorry.
Bingo!
Okay,
Bingo! You might call it Monifo. I need it, but I call it payola. I got it. I'm getting that guacamole. Bingo! Yo, yeah. Hey, yo, walk. Hey, yo, G. Payola. All I ever need in my life. Payola. Yola. Hey, yola. Walk. Hey, yola. G. Yola. Hey, yola. Broccoli. Hey, yola. Broccoli. Yola. Yeah. Hey, yola. Walk. Hey, yola. G. Payola. All I ever need in my life. Payola. Yola. Hey, yola. Walk. Hey, yola. G. Yola. Yeah, yola. Broccoli. Hey, yola. Chopping up a Motorola. The plug.
I got some kush you can roll up and I got some kush you can eat that is edible. Ain't never seen no one with an 810. Where were you? Where were you when I was
whipping it in the kitchen? Where were you when I was just finessing midgets? Where were you when I was facing time a ticket? They wanna come around. Where were you? Where were you when I was down, I was in the trap? Where were you when mama said she gon' keep me out? Where were you when I was down on my knees and hand down? Now I'm in the top right. right now, just look at you. I swear, I'ma make it to the top.
This year.
Without whipping, without flipping. I'ma be tripping. Now you going through what I've been going through. Bitch, you struggling. I know that you hate it, I know that you mad. You getting the dose of your medicine. Making your day, I'm reckoning. Move out of town, I recommend. I treated you with proper etiquette. Where were you when I would be in the pain? The hell am I selling nobody sometime? Plug in, China ain't have to meet this man. Choppers and butter from Kazakhstan. Where were you when the hand beat the waves in my hand? Where were you when I was whipping it in the kitchen? And I was just finessing bitches. Where were you when I was facing tickets? They wanna come around. Where were you? Where were you when I was down and I was in the drop? Where were you when mama said she was gon' keep me out? Where were you? I was down on my knees, I ain't had none. Now I'm at the top right now, just look at you. I'm at the top right now, I see you in.
Alright, we gotta get church started, y'all. I apologize for taking so long.
Migo! You see?
This is what it
What
is.
it is, young rich nigga. Why are and this is what it is, young rich nigga. Why are and this is what it is, young rich nigga. Why are and this is young rich nigga. Now when everybody see it, bitch, I'm looking at you, nigga. Right there, every time you see it. Now looking at you, nigga. Can't catch you with no new friends. Now looking at you, nigga. Taking a day or two. Now looking at your nigga. These hoes up at his fan. I pull up in the armor truck with $100 blue million bucks. I told you, bro, that we so dangerous. Yo niggas ain't the same as us. Gotta thank God for the blessing. Pocket salad, extra dress. He always got a nigga flex. Know that I had to get the Smith and West. If you wanted the ball, you gotta run with it and score a touchdown. If you wanna be a rap artist, gotta take over your town. If you wanna be a dope dealer, gotta be moving the pound. Yo nigga just stay focused. If you did it, you could be rich right now. Rich. This is what it is, young rich nigga. Young rich nigga. Why are what it is, young rich nigga. What? And my life is what it is, young rich nigga. Why are this is young rich nigga. Now when everybody see it, now looking at your nigga. Fight the every time you see it. Now looking at your nigga. Can't catch you with no new friends. Now looking at your nigga. Give me the whole way back in the day. Now looking at your nigga. Get these hoes up at his face. I'm flying, I'm rich and now all my bitches.
This is what it is, young rich nigga. Why? And this is what it is, young rich nigga. Young rich nigga. Understand, bro. My nigga. That's why I love my niggas, cuz. They the only group that just made me just thank God for this song. You know what I'm saying? For what they gave us to listen to. I was praying to God for it. Telling him thank you, you know. Them, Gucci Man, Young Thug, any Young Scooter, Zaytoven, any Zaytoven song and beat, Rich Homie Quan, Rich the Kid, Pee Wee Longway, Gunna was a part of it. There's a whole bunch, man, a whole bunch of music. So definitely, Skipper the Flipper, DG Yola, this nigga. Why? And this is what it is. This nigga. All right, let's go.
What wondrous love I see for me. What wondrous love I see.
Oh,
what wondrous love I see for really shone for you and me. Show his matchless grace when Jesus suffered for the race. And it was in Gethsemane alone. Still, oh, what love, matchless said, oh, what love for me was shown, and it is forever I will be for the love he gave to me. When he suffered all alone, and tarry here, he told the bereaved, and tarry here and watch for me. But they heard no bitter and for the 3 disciples slept, while my loving Savior wept. It was in Gethsemane alone. Said, oh, what love, matchless love. Said, oh, what love for me was shown, and is forever I will be for the love he gave to me. When he suffered all alone, and long in anguish deep was he, weeping there for you and me. For my sin to him was known, and we should love him evermore for the anguish that he bore in Gethsemane alone. Singing, oh, what love, matchless best love. Sing, oh, what love for me was shown, and it is forever. I will be for our love He gave to me. When He suffered all alone.
Terry, he tender free. Terry, here and watch for me. All right, y'all. Thank you. Welcome to Kakarot Sunday Freestyle Church Service. I am the host with the most. We about to get started, man. We in the New Testament, man. I can't believe it, man. We in the New Testament tonight, man. Hey, the New Testament, baby. So your pastor, your leader, your shepherd has led you to the New Testament. No longer holding on in the back, waiting. No longer having to hold on the side. No longer having to hold your peace. No longer getting ran over by everyone that just jumps to the New Testament on us, right? And I always want to use the New Testament as references that we don't know what we speak for using the Old. So we're about to jump into this. I'm not going to keep y'all waiting with my intro. It just does me great honors that I was able to reach this high plateau and even get to the book of the New Testament, the book of Mathews. So I just want to thank God, thank Emmanuel, thank the Holy Spirit, and thank my brothers, my hair severe and AAO, One Love, Kakarot, the Lord of Hosts. And also I want to thank Jesus Christ for blessing me. Thank you, brother, blessing me to reach and get this high. We didn't have to rely on Yeshua to get here this way. Not this way. All the way we had to rely on him, but this way he was able to be held and carried and led himself. So we thank him for that. I thank him. I thank my brother. Thank you, Yeshua. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, the Lord and Savior. Thank you to the Messiah. So, okay, without further ado, man, let's get started. We're in Mathews chapter 1, y'all. What up, C2? Mathews chapter 1. Everybody get their Bibles out. That is Mathews chapter 1. We are beginning the book of Mathews chapter 1. And it reads as follows. The book of the generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of David. Sorry about that. Right? Oh, yeah. The son of David, the son of Abraham. Abraham begat Isaac, and Isaac begat Jacob, and Jacob begat Judas and his brethren. Now, this is something too. It's not Judas, it's Judah. Yeah, Judas, like Judah. The city Judah. Okay. And Judah begat Pharez and Zerah of Thamar. And Pharez begat Ezram. And Ezram begat Aram. And Aram begat Aminadab. And Aminadab begat Nisan. And Nisan begat Salmon. And Salmon begat Booz of Rechab. And Booz begat Obed of Ruth. And Obed begat Jesse. Jesse is David's dad. And Jesse begat David the king. And David the king begat Solomon of her that had been the wife of Urias. And Solomon begat Rehoboam. and Rehoboam begat Abiah, and Abiah begat Asa, and Asa begat Josaphat, and Josaphat begat Joram, and Joram begat Ozias, and Ozias begat Jonathan, and Jotham begat Achaz, and Achaz begat Ezekias, and Ezekias begat Manasseh, and Manasseh begat Ammon, and Ammon begat Josias, and Josias begat Jeconias. Oh, bruh. God is super. He's brilliant. He's brilliant. He's amazing. Oh my God. This is crazy. Okay. And Josias begat Jeconias. See, it makes sense now. Oh my God. Begat Jeconias and his brethren about the time they were carried away to Babylon. This is a crazy recap. It's so pure. Jeconias, Jeconiah is what, look, it was Jehoiakim, Jeconiah, and it's Jehoiakim, and Jehoiakim. So it's a kin, chi, like chin, spelled chin, Chin. Then it's Jehoiakim, spelled Kim. Then it's Jeconiah. These are the three sons. And guess whose sons they are? These are the three sons that caused everybody to no longer know God anymore. Remember those names. Jeconiah, and they're all brothers. Jeconiah, Jehoiakim, and Jehoiakim. And they're the reason the whole world has no relationship with God today. They're the reason God disconnected and got so angry with everyone and caused his presence to not be known to the world anymore. So we're begging and hoping and, sacrificing, trying to get God's presence to pay attention to us again. That's what the human being is doing right now. Do you think like this, you guys. What are all these names being mentioned for? That's crazy work. They just keep making me choke. Choke. Okay, okay, so God okay, in the Bible, in the beginning, so let's say there were people that didn't know about God at all, right? They didn't know who he was. They didn't know how to reach him. They didn't know how to study him. They didn't know how to find him. So God would send a prophet or a prophetess, a priest or a messenger, a servant, somebody that bared what he wanted these specific people to learn. And he could have either sent the same person or he sent someone else to someone else. But my point is, they didn't know God. And God knew they didn't know him. So here's the key of the past. If you wanted to know God, you did look up. You did pray. You did look for him. You did say his name. You did everything you could to try to reach him. And if he heard you, he would send someone to you to introduce himself to you through that person. that's how the world became knowing to God. The world just didn't know God just to know him. Everyone had to become adapted to him and get used to him by the prophets. That's how the world found out God was even real, because of the prophets proving he was real. So now you're in a world where God is upset with everyone right now, and God has hidden himself and hid his face from every last one of us. No matter how hard you try, how hard you look, how desperate you become, God isn't revealing himself to anyone. So because we're currently in that time, which was also, before Jesus was born, there were prophets, but he wasn't just out in the open revealing them to everyone. If it was a small part of the world that needed to be impacted by these prophets, then he would start sending them before Jesus to the places most needed. And they were just preparing. Because if you read everything from Isaiah until Malachi, it was always locations they were sent to speak to certain people, not the whole world, as to say. Because if the whole world was aware, then they would have got time to prepare for it. But he went to sections, certain parts they got to know. Because word spreads. All you do is look at the places he sent it to. You can see why he touched that place instead of went there. Why he didn't go there but went there. Because that becomes easy. But so that's that. Then you have trying to think. These are horrible. I don't like these ones. They just choking me every time I hit it. Every time I hit it. Why would they have that? Okay, so my point is, even with Jesus coming, because you guys got to understand, who did God send to the world to know him? That was John the Baptist. So all the other prophets did get worldly fame and recognition, but John's mission was to go throughout the world and gather them. See, because he wasn't gathering them to the old-fashioned God that wasn't able to be appeared to. The prophets that have spoken from Malachi, God wasn't. See, the reason Jesus is so important, because God's still sitting in his throne, and when he sends someone, they're just either the presence, the voice, y'all, I usually don't cough like this. This is choking me. Whatever it is, that's on. This is choking me. Causing me just to choke. It's been doing it since I bought it, but if that was, I wouldn't have bought it then. Okay, okay, so God would be, okay, I'm about to send you. So then God sent the prophet to go and speak to the people. But God himself, you wouldn't have got to see God. Well, the message is different because now God is here now. Jesus Christ, he's here. He's actually here. Just like if John is going baptizing people and they can see and get touched and delivered unto the water and back up by John, he's the message isn't pray to God and look for the Almighty to answer you. The message is pray to Jesus, who's here, able and walking and can rescue you and hear you, touch you, feel you, you see him and interact. So the teaching becomes leading you to the Messiah, which only would have been done if the Messiah was here and the Baptist was born to lead him. But you would have never saw a message teaching this when they had to do it, because then that would have just been a prophecy. The fact that they did it, you could no longer open the book and read the scripture because it was fulfilled. You would have to teach the fulfillment. You can prophecy of the prophecy, but you can never close it as if it's undone. It has to be fulfilled. The fact that never offers itself to you to find the date is because there's no date to be found. It hasn't happened yet. So which we never got to hear that side. Maybe I just need to rinse it off. It could just be, I just need to rinse it off, because it could have been in the same jar as the roaches. That stuff was choking me. And look at me rolling some more. I'm about to smoke more, y'all. What is wrong with me? But one thing's for sure, we ain't no potheads. I just had it. Oh my gosh. Okay. I apologize, you guys. Seem like I'm just making y'all wait for me. And I don't want y'all to be waiting for me. She used to be my girl. Sensitive as my again. What is he on, bro? He got my clippers. Thank y'all for waiting. I'm finished now. Alright, so, but anyways, we're about to read, and this is what I want you guys to understand from up to the Old Testament. That's what I should have just summarized the Old Testament, which I didn't. So basically, let's just summarize the Old Testament first, before we continue. So the Old Testament begins, God creating the heavens and the earth, laying the foundations of how the earth was to operate, how the heavens were to operate. And he blessed the animals, blessed the winds, the waters, the earth, the heavens, the sun, the moon, the stars, the berries, the fruits, the grass, the green grass, for the earth to start producing grass and vegetations and fruits, animals, insects, bugs, birds, fish, creatures of the land. He started producing it. And last to be created was the humans. We were created last. It's always we're first. That's a lie. We're first because God blessed us to be first over everything. Meaning everything that he put here, we grew to be in charge of it. So we became responsible for it as humans to represent God. These things that he created would rely and depend and surrender on us to protect it and give us things and protect us and provide for us as well. But we were to be in control of it. As far as protection, leadership, and how it goes to be the perfect way it can become. We were put in charge to ensure its safety. So that's the beginning of Genesis. So then when the first man was created, he blessed that man to know this knowledge to take care of everything. This man begat a woman, a wife. He was able to create from his rib. To have partnership, which begins the relationship of male and female as humans. They got married, became beautiful, learnt and walked and obeyed God together until the devil chose to betray God, and he tricked the woman to disobey a commandment God gave her and listen to the devil instead of her. Henceforth, God punished mankind because this woman was to be the teacher, the lover, as well as the womb every living thing was to come out of. So if you get that, she didn't exist at one point. She's to be the womb that everything that will exist from that point by the same person who made her exist. By her womb would all life be created and manifested and come out of. So that's her gift to humanity. And the man would grow to become the father, just as God was the creator and blessed him to create his own wife. He would be the father, the shepherd, the shelterer of this whole earth, like God is. So that was his destiny. So that's our mother and father, Genesis. They had kids, 2 sons that ended up, one murdered the other, which separated the genealogy of his genetics to be produced so that we can come from him, and forced the genealogy seed to be put on Cain. So Cain bore the first child born from the womb, other than himself and his brother Abel. For Adam and Eve were not born out of the womb. So, let me think. So on and so forth. The earth gets populated, and because of Cain's decision to kill his brother, the earth becomes in his likeness. And because Abel wasn't alive, his likeness So because of his likeness was of one who was slain, and he never got to live it, the earth became like Cain. And they were so, see, it shows the definition of how powerful they were. Whatever they chose to do, the earth was going to follow in its likeness. It was likenesses. Cain bore the likeness of half the earth, and Abel bore the likeness of the other half. Just so happened the other half was murdered. And the only one left was Noah, who bore his likeness. God spared him, so he didn't come to the succumb fate of Cain. For the whole world was Cain, and only one Abel was present, and all of it, and he wasn't touched. Henceforth Noah builds the ark. Only his wife and his 3 sons, who had a wife each. So that's 3 women. With his wife makes 4 women. And 3 sons with their father makes 4 men. 8 people went into the ark. And 8 people came out. Along with every animal God chose to recreate the earth. But as far as humans, 8. So after that, God promises for Noah the reward for obeying him. He and his 3 sons would repopulate the earth. Everyone rebuilt from the earth with no one there, because God killed everybody and destroyed the earth. He flooded the whole nation. Their blessing was everything would come from them from now on. Anything born would come from either Noah, his first son, his second son, or his 3rd son. That was the promise. Everything would come from them and him. So the earth got repopulated by them. Fast forward, each one had their own. So like the white man would have come from one son. The Mexican would have came from another. The black man would have came from another. The Asian would have came from like all of them. The native would have came from like Noah, like it was, scattered amongst them, everyone. So one births Europe, another births the Gentiles, and another one births the Hebrew nation. And further on and foremost, God chooses the Hebrew nation, and he chooses Father Abraham to be the father of the Hebrew nation. So he was going to raise Abraham to become the new father of the Hebrews. But Abraham's wife couldn't get pregnant. They end up getting older. God tells her she's going to have a baby at an old age. She doesn't believe him. Later on, she has the baby at an old age, names him Isaac. Isaac ends up, when he gets pregnant, when he meets a wife after his parents pass away. And his wife was so beautiful, her beauty, her love, and her hands were able to take away his pain of his mother and father passing away. So that's very important. That's Rebecca. Rebecca was so gorgeous. She was able to take the pain of Sarai and Abraham passing away. Very key, important about a wife and what they were capable, what a woman is capable of doing. And then they have Isaac and Esau and Jacob and Esau, who end up fighting and is always at a war against each other to outdo the other. So God chooses Jacob over Esau, which makes Esau jealous and wants to kill his brother like Cain and Abel. But because that was a tragedy that sparked the whole holy nation to be unhappy because of the results of evil coming to be able to do wickedness and harm us, God protected it and didn't allow Esau to kill Jacob. Only hate him enough to want to and try to and want to carry it out, but he wouldn't allow him to carry it out. So he protected Jacob, but Jacob was stronger than Esau and could have defeated Esau if it came down to a fight. Jacob was so scared of Esau and didn't believe he could do it. But because he already defeated Esau in the womb, when they were twins inside their mother, they were fighting as twins. which made Rebecca want to die and kill both of the babies. By her dying, they couldn't survive. She said she would rather die and kill the two babies than bring the world, and they're already fighting. Because usually it takes, people older develop jealousy, hatred, envy, and want to, fight with their brother. The fact, as babies, they were already doing it. She knew nothing holy was amongst it. She felt God wasn't there with them. So then, so then that's that, and then that was that. So then, okay, so excuse me. So then that's Jacob, Esau. So then Jacob ends up meeting a beautiful woman that God appointed him to meet, but he gets tricked by her father to marry the older one, the one he didn't want. And he said, "You tricked me. You said you were going to give me the young one." And the father was like, "Oh, it's not meant for the older one to not be married before the young one. So you have to marry the old one." He said, "Well, you didn't tell me that when I worked for you for 7 years to marry the young one." And he was like, "Work for me another 7 years and I'll give you both. I'll give you the young one too. You have both of them." Because he loved the young one so much, and because God had appointed them, and he knew God was with them and loved them and would make them be together, he worked 7 years to get her, to have her, and to show he loved her and wanted her. And so he worked and finally got her. Now God wouldn't allow her to be pregnant because he saw he loved her more than he loved the other sister. So he caused the other sister to get pregnant to make him have to love her and respect her and show her grace just as much and equal to the other sister, for that was his wife as well. She gets pregnant, the other one can't get pregnant, and so on and so forth. So she gets pregnant, has like 4 babies, and she stops. And because the other one couldn't get pregnant, she hires a maid servant, which is a female woman servant, to get pregnant for her. So I wonder if the taking of her eggs put inside of someone else was possible back then. But anyhow, so she gets pregnant and has a baby for her. So now she has a son. And she's trying to compete with the sister. She has another one. And then I think God opens up her womb, the other sister, so she can have more, because the other sister's having babies by the other one. And then she stops and can't anymore. So then she hires a maid servant, a female servant, to get pregnant for her, and she has 2 more babies. So they each have 2 babies each by these maid servant women. So there's 4 children by 2 other women. And then finally God remembers Rachel, and she gets pregnant. The baby sister, she gets pregnant, has Joseph. She gets pregnant again, but during this pregnancy she passes away and she dies. And she named her son Benami, which Jacob named Benjamin. So that becomes that story. So now Jacob has 12 sons by 4 women, and his one that he wanted and loved and spent all his life working for passes away, giving birth to their second son. So because that's the only thing he has to remember her is the 2 sons, he favored and loved them more, and every other one has their mother and him. The 2 don't have their mother, just him. So he loved them a little more as that extra side. So it wasn't even more. It was to make up for what they didn't have. If you really were to be fair with your brother and your father, knowing the situation, you would have looked upon that. But they became jealous of him, for they thought it was more, when it was just adding up. But it was more because Benjamin didn't get that. not like Joseph did. So that's the difference. So it was more for Joseph. You know what I mean? And possibly Benjamin too. But Joseph was the one he loved, and that made him jealous. So they sold their brother out. And Joseph had dreams before they sold him out. And that's why they sold him, because he had dreams. And he told them and the father of the dreams, which even made the father become jealous. So you can imagine their jealousy, if even Jacob, because Jacob believed he was the one. But what Jacob didn't understand, it's always a progressive. So the fact he had sons, one of his sons had to grow to be the one, but not. See, Jacob is the one, but because he has sons, it was now amongst his sons, and out of his sons was chosen the one. So he perceived it as he wasn't, and he was. Joseph didn't understand really, but his dream said that his father and his mother would come and bow to him, and he would rescue and save his mother and father. So Jacob looked at, how could he save me, and I'm the one? So he even became angry. But he later calmed down and made amends with him and told him he was jealous. It overwhelmed him. He didn't understand. But it makes sense. Jacob's the one because in his category, generation, God chose him. Joseph's the one because in his category, in his generation, God chose him. You understand? Which would even be, since it's continuing, the father would have to bow to the son. It's only right as a progression. Even David was greater than Solomon, but Solomon became wiser than David. Which Solomon had to bow to David. Continuously, David bowed to Solomon and his wisdom. God blessed his son, but still remained the king of kings. No one could get higher than him. But Solomon ascended past his father. You see what I'm saying? But David still, as Jesus Christ, Jesus would go to David before Solomon. But Solomon possesses something David didn't have and couldn't give Yeshua. Only Solomon has. So that, you see what I mean? So it works like that. Now that's the grace of God, which it should be. But the child should also be, love, worth, and able to proceed to his father as well. You shouldn't suffer a good father and give him a sinful son as his reward. But other than that, I just have to think about this one. So Joseph sold into Egypt, and next thing you know, he's sold as a slave. But God is with him. So no matter what they put Joseph through in Egypt, God always makes him rise out of it and end up leading. So if he's a slave in the field and he has to work for someone, God made it so that he even controlled the person that was in charge of him. And that continued. Even when he was thrown in prison, he became grace with the guards that put him in charge of certain things while a prisoner, but he had the highest favor. So that means if Joseph made a request and it needed to be treated literal, they would do everything they could as fast, pronto, even if it took a day, to make sure his request was put first. So that's a certain thing. Remember, he's innocent. So that's the least God could do. And he's destined to be the ruler of the whole world one day and save it. And everyone on earth bowed to him. That was his dream, which is starting to seem fade because he keeps getting accused and punished and done his whole life. Misunderstood, treated bad, forced to be. It's like his father. God tells him he's blessed. His father shows him he's favored. His mother even spoiled him rotten. His brothers, loved him at a moment, and then it gets taken away and some evil happens, misappropriating the terms and expectations and what was past preceded and done and accomplished. He gets just stolen. So that's what Joseph's going through, constantly. I just want to fast forward. Pharaoh has a dream. Pharaoh's ruling Egypt. He has a dream, and he's scared and terrified and horrified by this dream because for certain it was good things, and then it brought death. And he wanted to know what it meant. So he called all the wise people, the magicians, all the people that say they know God, everything, enchanters, and asked them about the dream. No one could tell him what the dream meant. And in prison, Joseph got fame because he was able to interpret two people's dreams. And one believed him, the other didn't believe him, and they both came true. So he told him, let Pharaoh and people know I interpreted the dreams, so maybe he'll get me out of prison and need my help. They forgot. So now Pharaoh definitely needs someone that's able to interpret, and they remembered Joseph was able to interpret the dream. So they get Joseph out of prison to go to Pharaoh and interpret his dream. Joseph was able, with God, prayed to God, and God showed him the revealance of what the dream meant. And Joseph was able to interpret it and tell Pharaoh what the dream meant. And the dream was a warning to Egypt. Now, I do have, I hope it ain't too much time. What it was Egypt's, and it was a prophecy. Remember, Joseph was sold into there. A place that didn't check if he was innocent, if he was with God, if he did right, just automatically put him in and forced him to start doing things. And just automatically assumed him to be evil, bad, and deserving of the punishment to be sold off into their hands, their custody, into their possession. So that's already Egypt. You can take someone innocent and sell them off, and no one asks any questions. They just see the person in chains and assume everything's legit. So that's automatically foul one of a government, of a hierarchy, of an establishment to worship God and do right for everyone around. And this is how Egypt is operating. Now Pharaoh, at the other hand, is the leader of these decisions. He's passed it. He's never stopped it. He's never intervened. He has the power to intervene. He has the power to kill. He has the power to take it away and not kill you. And he's choosing to allow it to be run like this. So that becomes the second strike. That shows his leadership, his connection. Is God. And God was. But look at how it was run, making him not available. And making people not see God's ways. But Egypt. So now people fear Egypt more than they fear God. Do you understand? So this is God showing it. And then thrown into and mistreated, right? And there's no solid assurance these things happen for him to deserve that. And they're not able to see God. They're not able to see the light. God has come many times to help Joseph, and they knew God blessed him, and still they couldn't see God is blessing a prisoner to let him out and treat him right. Look at all the circumstances, see if they free. There was no justice in Egypt. So he had these dreams saying it was, first dream was healthy cows. And a cow is healthy. You can eat the meat. So he had healthy cows, and then he had ugly, lean, dying, skinny cows that represented wickedness. And they ate the healthy cows and still was skinny and unhealthy and bony and unable to produce, and became even worse looking. And what it's saying, now that's the first dream, the cows. Then the second dream was the sheaf stocks, meaning your grain, what you produce, what the earth is able to produce, its field, its yield, and its food and its produce for you. And again, you had 7 years of healthy, growing food. Then after the 7 years, you had bad stocks. And those bad stocks became so bad, it choked the life out of the good stocks, making the produce, the grain, the wheat, the fruit, the vegetation, all to dry up in residue. And there was nothing that could have been produced. And then the bad stocks became even worse looking, drier, unbearable, didn't produce anything, no one could eat it. And he woke up in terror, fine and didn't know what it meant. And let me interpret it. So the first dream represented their produce, their meat, but it's also symbolism of their eyesight, their vision, their determination as a government. They can't judge someone's right and wrong. So the good plants represented the good, the bad represented the bad. The bad was allowed to eat up the good, if you get that. Meaning, bad decisions, bad judgments, not having God. These are devil's acts. And you're allowing it to choke the life out of what God has already produced, what's healthy and what's fat and what's supplementable for your use, which was Joseph in the presence and property in the condemnation of Egypt. So it produced the dream of the reality, but also the vision of how Egypt was going about life. And if life condoned and you needed these things, this is how you're treating life. So that became the synonym of the meat, the cows. The second, the sheaf stocks, that represented the produce, the bountifulness, everyday life, God planted it. Should it grow naturally? Should you cut it halfway? Should you try to prevent what God is doing? This became that. And because again in Egypt, Pharaoh himself, that's the reason he's having them dreams, became blind. He was unable to see right from wrong. He was unable to determine good things. And because of that, this wickedness in him as the leader is choking the life out of his own supplies. Good things, what God has put it in front of him for daily uses. It represented Egypt. Produce, what Egypt was able to produce, the land, the rules, the ethnicity, the law. If you needed to water the ground yourself 2 times out of the whole year, and you chose not to do it, and it didn't produce, what was the result of what was needed? So neglecting the land and its purpose, the natural flow of how it produces, which also is life, which would also be Egypt, the civilization, the government, the people, how you have them in captivity. You're not looking for the thriving of the nation, for God to say. And you're allowing the bad person to get away because you're always condemning the good person. So that represented a lot in a parable of sheep and grain, which is the property response of what you would need to eat. And it coming, helping you and rescuing you, feeding you. You would need these things. And since you would need it, this is what would prevent it from, think about it. How can something good produce in something negative in a bad way, in a bad residue, in a bad response? How could something beautiful be able to be produced out of it? And there's no solid, good foundation, ground for it to be planted in. That becomes Egypt. So he had dreams, and which terrified because it was so close, of his rulership. His hands, he was unable to do anything. But that was also what he put people in. And he felt the separation, the distinguishedness. He felt the surrendering of everyone else in need of help of God and despair. And he himself, because now there was nothing he was able to do. Pharaoh meant nothing when it came to producing for the land of Egypt. Pharaoh meant nothing when it came to surviving the people. Pharaoh meant nothing when it came to, I can guarantee everyone, if you believe in me, if you follow me, if you obey me, I will save you. He knew he wasn't able to do it. So this is Joseph's interpretation. Also displaying the government, right? So he interpreted it and showed him what to do, prayed to God. God showed him what to do, showed Joseph, told him how to store, how to change his heart, his evil ways, think of the land, think of God, think of his people, his prophets, his blessings, his gifts, think of the land, and assure yourself that you would be love in your heart, you'd be reasonable, you'd have peace. Think of the fatherless, the poor, the widow. That's what he asked Pharaoh. So Pharaoh was committed to be this governor, this king, this hierarchy of subtlety of Egypt. That's what he wanted to show Pharaoh. And Pharaoh obeyed God. and did exactly what Joseph had commanded God showed him to do. So that becomes that as a promise. And Joseph's brothers, because of the famine, ends up needing to go to Egypt, hearing about Egypt's prosperity when the famine hit, that they needed to buy from Egypt. And they heard, because they didn't know it was Joseph, his name became Natsaf Panaz, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he became Natsaf Panaz, and because of that, they only knew Natsaf Panaz. They didn't know Joseph. So Joseph saw his brothers one day coming to buy from Egypt, and he kind of played a prank on him because he's the ruler. He became higher than Pharaoh, for God was with him, and they saved Egypt. So he was able to tell everyone anything to do, and they had to go do it. So he played a prank on his brothers to try to get them back. You know, they did all that to him with no power, no control, no guarantee he was going to be okay. So the least he could do with all the power, all the safety, all the security, nothing could go wrong, was put them in the same situations, knowing he had it at the tip of his hand. Just as easy as they could have stopped it and played hero and rescue. Look at how serious now playing hero and needing rescue was, for they went there not because God blessed Israel in Jacob's house, but because he cursed them and punished them to not be able to eat. And now the hero that they tried to get out, feeling they were cursed, but they were blessed because of him. They were bowing down at his feet for his mercy, his ability, his able to feed them and their father and their dying people in their village, their tribe, because there was nothing of God to help them. Only in surety God answered Jacob to go to Egypt for help. So Joseph had so much fun playing with his brothers. So the moral of the story, he finally reveals to them his brother they sold. They couldn't believe it. They cried. They ate together, wept, fellowship. He asked to see his father. They went to go get his father because he kept his baby. He made them bring their baby brother so he could see his brother that they took him from his mother, and told his father he has him. And then Jacob comes to visit, for they told him Joseph was alive. And Jacob is older now. He quit playing and came, saw it was him, got reunited. And Joseph, because he's the ruler of Egypt, established a location. Egypt is a country. So he was able to give them a whole state, region, country inside of Egypt for them personally to dwell in Egypt. So Joseph passes away, Pharaoh passes away, the generation that was there passes away, the new generation of Joseph's people are emerged, and a new Pharaoh takes over. And instead of treating them right, he enslaves, beats them, and tortures them, and punishes them for no reason. And that becomes the new way of life from Egypt, that was known to have saved the whole world when they needed something. God used Egypt because Joseph was there. And because Joseph was there, he wanted to show how blessed Joseph was, how great he would take one's life and ensure their salvation and the salvation of others, as well as protect his life, because Joseph was promised from God anyway to have the blessed life, to be happy, to be the ruler and savior of the whole world. And the fact that the circumstances kept him from being able, in his sight, to see that was possible, to prove God would never let anyone down, no matter what situation, what accountability, what format was against them. God would always make, his people, his sons, his children, his daughters, he would always make us rise, no matter what situation we were in. So that becomes Joseph. And he was abundant and blessed to always serve God and have God and be there with God, no matter what. And yeah, God just, always carried him through, always blessed him, always prospered him, always just kept him with his dignity and his favor to lead and live that life and be abundant under Jehovah. And that was the making of it. That was the foundation of it. That was the truth. That was the resource. I thank God for that, for Joseph. And that's how Joseph, the coat of many colors, became great. But then Pharaoh slaves them and treats them bad. And Moses is born in that treating bad slavery, not doing what Joseph, Pharaoh, and God put down for Jacob, for Israel, for the land of Egypt, for the world, and put it down. He starts to treat them bad. So now they're in need, because he goes back to the old Egypt ways, where things are blind and he doesn't see, and he treats people like this, and he doesn't honor God, and people are crying to get help, and no one's here to help. And then he pushes it even further, and no matter if you're a prisoner, if you're a criminal, if you sinned against God, he makes everyone, man, woman, child, old, young, everyone's forced to labor and work and build Egypt as if they're punished. And Moses frees them. Now here's the catch. This is how you learn God. The reason I'm telling you this. From Exodus, when Moses gets them out of Egypt, the Bible never stops talking about what happened after Moses got them out. It always follows them and their story. And that's until Jesus Christ is born as their Messiah, as their Redeemer. Because what Moses does when he takes them out, there's a prophecy in Genesis with Abraham to know for certain your seed. Treat them fairly. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. And work and be a slave in the field, pick cotton, everything with a smile on their face. But they would start to get treated bad and get afflicted, become slaves, no respect, no human rights, no dignity, and they would be treated like that for 400 years in a country and a land that wasn't their land, for 400 years. But he prophesies that it's going to happen. He doesn't say when. And because Abraham didn't have no kids at the time when he told him this, he said, no, it's going to be, when they have multiple, it's a lot of them, to be able for this to happen to them. At that time, he didn't have any. So it didn't happen in Genesis. In Exodus, you would think that was the slavery, right? In another country that wasn't their country, right? Treated bad, right? But when Moses takes them, he says, I'm taking you to that land where that 400 years is going to happen there. And they're like, what? You come to get us out of slavery to take us and tell us we about to go to another worse slavery than this? So that's why they didn't want to go. But it didn't even happen with them. They worried, which angered God because it was meant to happen. But they were the first people. Because this is what's so crazy. So it was meant to happen. So they got so distracted by it and they're tired. But they forgot God was there, already did miracles, made fire, made the winds, made the water rise, did everything. They didn't have to worry. But they feared. Only because of how bad this was. And if God was with them, how could this happen again? But it was a prophecy. He was leading them to that place. Little did they know they were going to conquer that place and rule. So fast forward, God puts them through, just the journey of journeys because he wants to rise and build them to be his people. If there's angels in heaven, they all, know each other's name accordingly. God points, and he may only want one to do it. So they all go, that one, without saying their name and who, knew to go accordingly, officially, effectively. They know his words. They know what God wants to say, his rhythm. They know his mercy, his vibrations. Next thing you know, He needs that on earth. Name one person on earth that can go get 500 people that know God. And that happened. There's 500 people that can do that, but they all passed away. Name someone right now. So that becomes the equivalency. That's the emergency. There's no one today. In a world, he's revealed himself in the past to all our ancestors, all the prophets, all the people. So, because all of this was going to be taken away in the slavery, he puts them through trials and to see what kind of a people they be. And they're good people, treat people as after the slavery, the 10 Commandments. He gives them the 10 Commandments, which is to protect. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal. All the things that happened to them in this slavery. Teaching them this is the way. And it's to protect, because if they believe in it and set the way, the 10 Commandments, and this becomes the law of God, the law of Moses in the land of the world, people that obey it, think about it. It's like God in the beginning. And he's starting with Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel. He doesn't want them to do anything bad. They do something bad. Next you know, the world picks up on it, starts to do bad. So the 10 Commandments is literally the original law. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill. But instead of him coming to the victim welcome major, instead of him coming to the victim saying, don't do this, and then going to the world saying, don't do it, teaching them in their heart, don't do it, the 10 Commandments becomes the personal law coming to say to them, don't kill, don't steal, don't treat this person like this. What up, bro? Next thing you know, the world picks up on it on their own. They start to do it. So now you got to guarantee the world ain't about to do these things, because they obey the 10 Commandments. So it was set to be a law for the world, and to protect them so no one puts them through Egypt and that slavery, that oppression. No one could have the power to do it again. The 10 Commandments was their protection. So they had to remember that. But they started breaking it themselves. Treating people bad, killing people, oppressing people, doing people wrong. And God had to put them through that, teach them, punish them, not punish them, forgive them, even when they did stuff. Always intervene and was their God through their journey, which they eventually always would choose to do right and lead the people to see and believe in doing right. And that's what God was trying to raise. Someone that would do right, that would listen, that would obey, trust in him, do what he said, never get angry, never get upset, never accuse him, never leave him, never forsake him. Remember, God is on the brink of his last relationship, trusting someone. The devil turned his back on him. So he's looking for someone to trust. He's trying to raise, if this is what my friend did, I'm trying to raise the best human being, male or female, that's going to listen and go beyond what I was going to let Satan do and be. Think about it. Satan represents a failure. I wasn't able to give this to somebody. God, taking Satan's gift isn't evil. Satan was evil in his heart, couldn't accept the gift. The gift that God was going to give him wasn't to be this evil person. The evil person corrupted him so much, that's all we see. But what was the gift God would have gave him? So that's what he's offering me and you. Because we can go beyond and do right and listen and actually accept it and take it. We can take it and do it. The devil turned his back on it and left it and didn't give it no time, no mind, no care. We can go beyond that. So that's what he's trying to ensure with us. So that's what he was looking for. So he was raising them to be even beyond, putting them through these negative things to see if they would choose to hurt someone or spare someone on purpose. Some would choose to spare, some would choose to hurt. But he was raising the angels of earth, the heroes of earth. We need to not see a church with their hands out. If God has blessed someone in the past, we need to praise the last time he touched someone and honor that person who he touched, what he did. That's how you worship God. What up, Janae? That's how you praise God. That's the difference. Because we can't find who he touched. We can't locate who he is giving his last message to. It becomes a search for something that may not be there because it's back there with the person that's forgotten about. So that becomes the transition. So now he might have sent, like Moses. How did they forget? So now God has to send someone new to teach them to gather their attention back. So now they start complaining because everyone else has kings and they want a king. They request, and God got so angry he was going to sell them back into slavery, but he chose not to. He just gave them over for a little bit, and just so they could feel what it felt like to remember Egypt. And then he freed them and rescued them. But then they wanted a king and start complaining about a king, so he gives them a king, but he warned them, no one's going to treat you like I treat you. They say, I don't care, we don't care, give us a king. So he gives them a king that treats them bad. Now they want to get free from him. They're like, isn't this what you asked for? You're going to have to deal with it. But little did they know he was raising David to, in a sense, overthrow him for treating them that way and be someone that wouldn't treat them like that. So now the story of David comes in. I just want to fast forward. The story of David comes in. But the story of that was to show someone went first. There was a king. There was no such thing as king of God's people. So the first person that became king of God's people was someone evil. It's to show you something. That represents if the devil goes first, don't be afraid. What that represents, if the only introduction, meaning God has his power. It's like Moses and Pharaoh. Pharaoh, them guys, well, Moses did a miracle. Pharaoh tried to trick everyone and do the same thing. But because Moses went first and said, this is God, and then Pharaoh was like, this is God, and did magic, you're going to believe God, because it was in his name. It's not no but Wade, that it literally, he came to show it. Now, if they went first and said, this is God, the Almighty God, and still did their magic, but you saw that, then Moses went second. So this is the real God, and, showed the real God. He's showing they'd have the advantage because they went first. Well, right now, if none of us saw no miracle from God in the whole time, all we know is movies, books, TV shows, all this what-if imagination, buying stuff at the store that's pretty cool to play with, all we know is things like that. So if the devil was to come and show something of power, something of not of this world, something that only the Bible talks about and says he's God, though, he's wanting you not to fear someone going first in the position of, and this is the holiest position, to be the king of God's world, his creation, his drawings, his art, what God's going to make happen. You are the king of his decisions, and he's going to make you in charge of what he chooses to make the world bow down to. You are that. And he chooses someone bad and puts someone wicked in charge, who leads us bad and wicked. But this is what's so cool. Out of everyone in the whole world, this was the best person out of everybody. So that gives you another. Think of the devil. If out of everybody in the whole world, the devil's the most beautiful. So how could God not pick him? Well, if this was the best person, and this is his holy. Sorry, that was my son, y'all. This is his holy people. In God's vision, he has to build. See, even now, if God was to pick one of us, we'd have to be good for the world to see. And he wants good leadership, someone that's really dedicated, someone that's not going to be crooked when he gives them this power and run off with it and start, just showing it instead of helping people, right? So he really wants people dedicated. That's the difference, right? Someone that will really love him by showing love to other people, their family and other people, strangers. So, because that's his vision and that's what he wants to build, that's how he wants everyone to act. We're scattered and we're separated one by one. We don't have no buildings, and not building like a place, but building like we don't build anything together because we don't know God. Think of God. Think of God. And the real God. So right now, if there's a Super Bowl, if there's a basketball game, if there's something going on, everybody, oh, did you see this? It talks. Even, this is what's crazy. If this is a state over here, another state over there would be talking about the same thing. And they're not even in the same place. So, if this is the Bible, and word got out about God blessing someone, and this place said it, and the next thing you know, over there, and over there, and over here, this country, far over there, everyone heard about it. So you gotta understand this is the same place. And just like I'm using, word gets something, this state, that starts talking about it, the information process. So now you gotta understand wisdom. If God was doing, we would have had communication. God told me to do this. God told me to do this. God told me. And then, out of everyone doing it, we would have realized, wait a minute, we just did something together. That's my point. But not iron our shirt, brush our teeth, everyone has to wake up and go to work. Not that sequence. God. And because of that, we would have been able to pause and have that moment where we all think together, because we're now opening a new door together that we can communicate, because it's with God's assignment for us. So we don't have those moments on earth where God is what's everyone's, everyone's focus, everyone's stop, everyone's pause, everyone's just spiritual foundation at that of all. We don't have those moments, and that's what I feel will cause everyone to have that once more again, that unity, because only one person would have been able to put it together. So you would have known you're paying attention to God by the fact you're doing it, someone else is doing it, and it's together. So we don't have that. So you got all these different churches, but still nothing adds up to everyone's moving at the same pace. So that shows he isn't amongst, if in the past all it took was one person to say something and it got around because it was true. In the world, they didn't have social media, so information was very valuable. If God already spoke, and everyone should have been paying attention to the last thing. So the world wasn't moving too many steps if there has already been a prophet that came before. For that knowledge of that person's name in a world, still, if someone makes an impact, that person can get brought up all over. So don't think in the past when it wasn't as loud as today, because there wasn't too many informations to talk about other than God. Think about this right now. If we go back 10,000 years, just saying God wasn't something people played with either. So saying God, you pretty sure everyone's attention went like it was food about to come from the fountain of life everywhere, and he was really about to come because that person mentioned him. So it was more of that. I can't wait what's gonna happen because he's mentioned, versus just oh, because we got so many different ones. The importance and the usage of him, no one knows him. They know this liar, this fake, this dumb, this church is full of it. Don't go over there. The devil may be hiding here all along, trapping people. But to know him, and guess how you know him? He sends someone. The world was at this point where they didn't know how to get to him. They didn't know which one was which. They didn't know what God was what. They didn't know what group of people were leading, preaching, teaching the real word to go and join those groups, that organization, that leadership. They didn't know what was what either, until that one person he sent changed everyone to know him. But isn't it funny how even if he just came, the next chapter, the next book, they still didn't know. Or it transitions and they're obeying and were able to still take that knowledge and keep following it. And then you see the progress of what it's like when they listen to him and they keep it going. So that becomes the difference. We right now don't even know if God's real. So because of that, we can't be at that time. And if he starts, or we start making him stop, we gotta understand it's only one time he got so angry he didn't say nothing anymore. Why is it that no church can make sure, whether we're there or not, what God told them to do is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday? Not just Sunday. Not that they have to be preaching or work. Where is the Bible that grabs your attention because some man God sent, some woman God touched, did these great things so we can learn, listen, and find it when we are ready to continue to learn more? Where is that for us today? Instead of wait, and wait. Where's the truth? So that becomes the facts. That's where you're at. That represents this going first. If information itself gets passed to you, telling you God and the identity of the true king has yet to be emerged, you're oppressed by this image. You're oppressed by this force. You're oppressed by I am who you are to follow. And that presents itself, never fear. God is not like that. See, Saul represents Egypt now inside of you. Because it's no longer an enemy holding you that doesn't want to obey any good will. It's your own king, your own father, your own brother, your own shepherd that doesn't have any good sense. That becomes even further because you go to them for help. Pharaoh was just someone with an opportunity, someone anointed and established and given direction of what to do right, and did it, and now has backslided and refuses to continue to do. Yeah, that's worse than Pharaoh's oppression, because he knows the ins and outs of everything he was supposed to do. You're like looking death in the eye. And then that gives identity of death because that shows he's that close. See, now you see the harm. Pharaoh does represent an outsider. But no matter what we look, we can't deny the first steps they were chosen. Was Pharaoh chosen to hurt you? Or was he in the best position out of everyone to follow the hands of what was already doing and treating, believing in what was right? There's always an insider. Pharaoh himself was not a stranger. First previous words of mine finding its way back home. We're talking about King Saul. That represents a light in front of everyone to guide. in that situation. He wasn't a stranger either. And think, if the story is Israel, would no stranger come out of nowhere anyway? Think about it. The story is the Bible, and the Bible is Hebrew, and Hebrew are the Jews. What Gentile you think is about to try to rule the world? What Babylonian? No, that sucks. But it's gorgeous, beautiful. You guys, the Antichrist is black. No, the Antichrist is coming out of God's temple. I bet you best believe the Antichrist, which is even more makes sense, if he represents either the God or he has his own God. His God, best believe, would be there. And if the Antichrist does come out of Jehovah's tent, him and his God and his assignment, his mission would be too. And, we couldn't get rid of that. You guys understand what I just said? He can come out of God, but he still has to be loyal to his mission, which is to persuade me and you away. He has to offer us the forbidden fruit when we know not to take it. So he has to bear it. So if he comes speaking Jehovah, he would also have something luring you away from him. And that's just our God being a good God, giving us things to hold on to. I'm sick and tired of this guy. But I don't know if the fight is worse on me because I refuse to be tricked by a fake God, or I really wanted God to be a God for me. So I don't know the difference. Okay, so because God sees, and I want you guys to always know what knowledge and wisdom is. No matter if it's King Saul, if it's Pharaoh, if it's Goliath himself, wisdom is always going to be after the devil. It's always going to be opposed to the devil. It's always going to be what the devil would do. God is going to choose for you not to do any of it. It's always going to sum up and add to that. Think about it. Pharaoh, Goliath, Saul, all represent the evil transparency in front of you, engaging, introducing themselves in that side of establishment to your life. But because you get duped by the power, the profession, the individual, you forget the knowledge, the wisdom, and the purpose all adds to Satan. It's all an introduction to not do him and be like him, think like him. The whole thing. Every individual that set foot is in the image of their father. That's why it's an opposition. There's no two holy people debating. You don't catch that. You don't catch God giving one man red and another one blue, and they go at it. Saying, God gave me red, God gave me blue. Okay, let's fight. But not fight because the red one's wrong, and not fight because the blue one's wrong. God gave it to them, and they clearly know and can see God did it. for the other person. But they're fighting because he gave it to them. So because that doesn't exist, sound very familiar. Because that doesn't exist, a human being with a human being could never fight. So it would only be about what God did for them. The reality, Antichrist and a human being is where the engagement would be. Why? Because the Antichrist would want to strike the human being. Why? Because the Antichrist would most likely try to avoid striking his own. Likely avoid. Not guaranteed. It's avoidance. But he's more likely to try to avoid striking his own brother. Which is most likely before holy fights holy. You would catch evil fighting evil. I mean, if a group of people worshiped Satan and all vowed for him and met, and Satan was in their heart, and all, it still would be most likely something trigger. Because these are people that has no boundaries, no stoppage, no remorse, no compassion. It'd be easy to set them off and nothing restrain them back to do. I'm just saying it'd be easy for them. They were raised of no restraint toward anything. So that's why a mother, a father, a grandmother, a grandfather becomes a victim, a child, son, daughter, niece, nephew, cousins, uncles, aunties, friends, animals, dogs, cats, birds, fish, birds, spiders, insects. This is why all forms, flowers, apples, fruit, vegetables, blackberries, trees, all these things just get killed, hunted for no reason. Because the obedience of not respecting life is more populated as far as promoting, as far as enthusiasm, as far as leadership, to get someone off of doing right for God and force you to do wrong by the devil. And that's highly more favorable. It's highly more favorable to go out and hurt someone than to go out, say hello, greet people, treat people with a good day, and get back to your home yourself because you didn't start no fire that could possibly come back to trail back to you. You didn't do that, right? So that's all. And that person's still at risk. That's what people really see. No matter how good you are and can be, you're still at risk to be a victim. So imagine a person that pours gasoline on themselves, lighter fluid, and walks upon a fire waiting to catch the person doing it. Think about that. And your chance of the same thing happening to you, even if you avoid the fire. Someone worse than you, but is just as ruthless, just as heartless, just lives by the same I don't care rules. Spots you have gasoline on you, lighter fluid on you, flammable things, substance, chemical, whatever on you, and lights you up. And before you could beg for that weight, I don't care about people. You should respect me, because all you know is someone set you on fire. You were gonna match evil for evil, and believe he was gonna respect you, because you're just as violent as he. But he didn't see anything, but he's more violent than you. Those are the cards played on the individuals that played the game. And you'll see someone innocent, it never crosses the path to introduce himself. Because they know that's not welcome inside that host, inside that house, inside that spirit of comfort. But it can spot the weakness in someone, or the hardness, the strength in someone to do it. And be just as hateful and wicked and evil as everyone else. So, that's all. So, following that, David gets made king. But God knows that what causes someone to lose is the actions they do either against God, themselves, or someone else. This is what deprives a king and catches him out of his throne. So God found David to be perfect, blameless, faultless. And here's the key of David. David is the father of Jesus Christ, so he has to represent Jesus Christ. He can't just be a father. He has to be the light of Christ, that no wrong is found in Christ. So David is special and at the same time has the highest objective, the mission. Highest mission and objective. He must equal Yeshua, which is impossible. But also, God didn't want, what up, sis? God didn't want a king that, because he didn't do it, because David wasn't found with it in his hands, he's perfect. So he didn't want that, nor would that help David if it was found in his hands one day. So because the destruction of a king is equal to it being found in your hands. Again, because the destruction of a king is for it to be found in your hands. One more time. So because the destruction of a king is for it to be found in your hands. And that's what takes place. He needs to raise David. He needs to raise David so that if David does anything bad, sinful, faultless, David would be perfect, blameless, and faultless. No one could accuse him of anything, even if he did it, because that's what makes a king fall down. So he has David do something that when you read it and think of it and feel it, you get upset, you get hurt, you get probably angry, you get worried. David had someone killed who was a child of God, only because David was sleeping with this person's wife and got her pregnant while the man was fighting for God's army and didn't know David was creeping with his wife. And how many of you right there, let what God put together, let no man separate? David was sleeping with his wife, which wasn't the sin. That isn't what he did bad. David was faultless, perfect, and blameless, sleeping with someone's wife as the king of God's people. Look at David. If God is blessing you, and you are the king, you are the savior of their life, God is blessing you, you will be able, from a husband to understand, because it's God, and he would understand what you're doing, and from the wife's understand, the woman, from it being a man, and she's getting pleasure, she's being made to feel good, it's like a blessing for her as well. If you are a king of God, a priest of God, a prophet of God, prophetess, you can make love to someone's husband or wife, and it be allowed. show that with David and get them pregnant. He showed that with David, King David. The problem is, even though God allowed David to do that and would have allowed him to do more, David had to send this man to be killed so he could have it. But he was already sneaking around, so we couldn't do anything else to the man but tell him, but he had him killed. So because he did that and took a life of an Israelite, his people who fought, and David fought, that fight became in vain because he would harm someone for his own personal favoritism, and that angered God's soul. It angered me. It angered David. It angered Yeshua, Jesus Christ, my hair, Sovereign, Aya, one love, Kakarot. It angered the Holy Spirit. It angered Emmanuel. It angered Jesus Christ himself. He was hot, but we understood. And as David is faultless and blameless and perfect, he still remains. I still can't hold him anything. He stands light. He stands to it. He holds his weight to it. God made him perfect, but that was it. I believe it was Abijah, if I'm not mistaken. But he had him killed. So God, when she was pregnant with David's baby, which was to live, because of it, caused the child to die. But then she gets pregnant again and has Solomon, I think. So we had Solomon by her, who got to live. But my point is, he caused David to sin, only to judge the weight of his sin and purify it and make it whole, make it good. So that becomes symbolism of Jesus Christ. Jesus has to learn that way. That's his Father. And he showed him the way of perfection and its imperfection. The way of holy is unholy. Proving and purging and finding your sin. Numbers 32. Make sure your sin finds your way out. You must master the sin. That's David. But that's to be king. That's why so many kings after, when they ignored the law of David, they ignore the throne of David, they ignore the wisdom of David, they don't last, they fail, they succumb literally. There's no coming back. And those that obey David and heed to the law, surrender unto God in his house of David, reign forever in the books of the kings. So that becomes the difference, you guys. That's the law of Jehovah. That's the God that we serve. And it starts with David as king. Even though Saul, aka the devil, aka the false prophet, aka the Antichrist, and aka God, who will trick you. Don't put no other God before me. So best believe there's someone out there named God who we can't put before Jehovah, God. We can't put before God, Jehovah. But someone has that name. And we're already calling on it. In God we trust. For man can't serve Mammoth and God. You can't have two masters, for you will love one and hate the other. The root of all love, the love of money is the root of all evil. Well, in God we trust. Think about it. We only know him. We read the Bible, but we put it to him. Him is connected to the white Jesus, blonde hair, blue-eyed Jesus we got as slaves to say was Jesus Christ. that God was connected to that person. No other God but me. Many shall come in my name. In my name. Not just the presence. They can teach you this is Christianity. This is the Bible. This is church. And use his name. And come in it in the form that becomes generation. Everyone believes in this church. This is what Jesus has said. In his name. Come in his name. Many shall come in my name. It's not just someone's presence. It's not just someone saying, I'm Jesus Christ. It's teaching you of his name. God. Anything of the works in his name. Many shall come in my name. So to already establish who God is with you, enforce you, trick you, he who leads the world astray, right? Guide you to this false hand. No other God but me. That automatically puts someone else. If God is the only, and not the only God, the only presence, meaning the only person that's going to come to you and say, I created all of this. This is what I want you to think when I say the only God, the only creator. But others are going to come. And remember his sign. He can rain fire from heaven. But you're thinking the devil, the cartoon. You don't understand, to cast someone out of their position and they become lower than what they were. And they're forced to be this evil thing. You're now the ruler of all evil. You'd have had to have been the ruler of good to lose and become, as the punishment of what you had, the ruler of bad. Think of it. God threw God down because God was what was leading everyone wrong. Think about it. He would have had to have been what God is telling you. I will never do this to you. But it wouldn't be some regular person with this power. Think about it. If it was some skinny, strange devil that was nothing compared to God, but had the power to love you and then mistreat you. The power to give you things and take it away mean. The power to promise you something and laugh when he doesn't keep his word. But God is telling you this is what he does. I would never do that to you. So he wants you to know the difference of him versus something trying to be like him. So if he's using himself, no other God, the only thing that can compare to him must be him. It must be a God that's breaking the commandments. It must be a God that's breaking their word. It must be a God that's using their hands to abuse. One person with power, you'd be aware of something. But it must be something close that you was trusting, you believe, you gave your attention to, your focus, you sacrificed to these things. For it to be an alarming state to put it in the Holy Bible, to prepare and watch yourself for and defend yourself against this evil force. What would be evil to compare to God, to holy? It would have to have been itself. Think of it. Everything has the true holy word attached to it. False prophet, anti-Christ, unholy spirit. No other God but me, but his name is God. So that now puts false God, fake God. What up, fat? What up? That now puts false God, fake God, imposter God. That even puts God, you guys. That even puts the name of God, because it represents the blasphemous. That's the blasphemous name, because you would use it in vain. Think of it. Thou shalt not use the Lord's name in vain, because you want to, and not him, not Jehovah. You feel someone doesn't love you. Thank you, Fat. You feel someone doesn't care about you. You feel somebody's high, looking and intentionally doing these things to hurt you. You can feel it. And even though you know God isn't, you can tell a God or God is something that should be telling the truth, is enjoying lying to your life. And for some reason you can't get out of it. You're stuck. You're forced because it bred you. It created it, birthed you, and gave you life. You can't get away. So now you're scared because now you got to call it God because you can't get away from that power. This is where Jesus Christ comes in as the Messiah, because that's the oppressor he speaks of. That's the person that's tricking you. And he's here to show you how to get away from it. And it's disguised as God. Think of it. You were brought here as a slave. And we're taught someone else's God who has forced you to think this is the real way life is. And because you're a slave to these people, what they do becomes, in your eyes, blessed because it continues to move, while you are still forced to struggle. You move in progress in situations that showed you would never be able to do things. And in a force, again, it's something else to force you to forget and look at the new battle that's in front of you that may have tried to make that seem like it wasn't anything. So it continues to do that in the nigger, in the African, in the black man's life, which spawns out to everyone else that attaches himself to the nigger, to the black man, to the slave, to the African American's life. And since henceforth they find their life is like that, because the white man only holds as the true criminal, but he's a front. The hatred that sparked it. See, when the black man realizes he's really in the Bible and it's really around him, he would understand it's true. This is all the white man's cover-up, because it's like the powers are against you and that criminal gets to go free. So what happened, she took the weight, even though it's his idea, and she carried it out. She holds the only responsibility. And yeah, we say that's evil, the devil's led, but the devil in them. The truth is, it really is. And he is. It really was him. But it's his vision. It's not theirs. So he's the mastermind. He gets to go free. Because in this world that's supposed to ring alarms, the devil just attacked such and such, the blacks. He's out. Is wicked. Called God, and everyone's looking for the change. We saw the action of wicked. So everyone's looking for the help. And where the help comes light, everyone knows to follow the light because it's moving on the darkness. So because of that translation, that interpretation, those dreams that never came fulfillment of truth. But everyone's looking, everyone's watching, everyone's engagement, but they don't know. Because now in God we trust quieted everyone down and forced everyone to think he's going to take care of it. When in reality, he's the one that caused the mischief. He's the one that caused the mischief. That's what is prominent. That's what's assummable. That's what is demonstrable to everybody. The devil can't be trusted. But because in God we trust got disguised. It's only a name that Jehovah holds, but a name they use. If the devil's her God, she has claimed him in disguise as it. And if leading you is to only go to Jehovah, she has led you by custom, led you by ways, led you by terror, by fear, forcing you to believe in God herself, himself, aka the devil, as a trick. But him, because it puts him back in his position. It gives the shot to give him back his name. It gives the leadership and guidance to say, I did this, not Jehovah. Because if it's his scheme, God didn't lead you there. He would have. So he takes credit for God had given him the time to present this. And since he feels he built it and has you hooked on him, not Jehovah. We don't know Jehovah. We don't know God. We're not praising God in this chapter, in this book. We're not giving him the glory. We're giving the devil all praise. And I know that may sound and hurt everyone. We're actually praying to Satan right now. Because God was misled to us. In God we trust has been who we have learned. When we read the Bible, we connect it to who the world has shown God did these things. And because God only does these things and never stops to do anything for us, or no, anyone in the world, he seems to continue the plan. He seems to continue the plan a lot. Like God submits. They come out and say, look, it's God. God, aren't you down with us? God, ain't a nigga supposed to be hung from a tree? And God says yes. And it's like everyone moves that way. So it's like because of that display, we, think of it. God has been in the black man and woman's salvation. And the world has been impacted off of that fruit. But as far as identity, as a kind to say, oh, he's been here everywhere. He's been all the stories and hype. It's just because that's not where he is. The hope of the mystery, which isn't a mystery, but the mysteriousness of him. That majesticness, the marvelousness as well as the ghostliness in him. He chooses to remain in the Holy Spirit, which dwells always inside of us, who we are. So that's been him off of our hands, our actions, our faith in him, believing to put us forth the next form of truth that didn't come from no angel from heaven, but ourselves. And that has been where he is at, and will always be until that fruit which bears can understand from and accept what is up next. So that becomes the genuineness, which you should be down and be ready. Should be almost ripe. Not even ripe, but almost time to, start the roots to, give way. But so anyways, so now David gets forgiven. He knows his position. He knows he can't do wrong, but he still doesn't choose to do wrong. He chooses to do right. And if wisdom by God leads him to exercise what God is trying to build from the wrong, he will walk it. But he chooses to walk faithfully in the good, knowing he's armed with the good to do bad or good. That's David, and it's conquering the devil's sin. Solomon, which is his son, gets born, asks God for wisdom. God makes him the wisest man in the world history, beginning, middle, and end of the book. But Solomon sins and errs, which in wisdom, did he sin for wisdom of David, or did he sin for wisdom of Saul? So that becomes wisdom. What did he do? Which now the foundation of kings that will obey David and kings that will disobey. And because God got so fed up of the disobedience, he starts sending kings that would destroy. Even if you were with God and you disobeyed, or you was with the devil and you disobeyed, you would get it. Only a few were spared, and only, a few, which is majority, kept it real with them and were saved. Thank you. What up, Miss Wu P? Wu Wee. Miss Wu. So only a few were spared, only a few were destroyed. So that's what happened with that. So next thing you know, it emerges, the kingdom. God is building the kingdom because think about this. If you call God in a situation you need help, and God comes and helps you, but it was also God would breathe in everyone personally and go, And what he did was put his breath into the earth and allow the earth to gather his air for him, so he can breathe unto you by the way of the earth, giving you the air and oxygen from him, right? So he establishes the kingdom of Israel in the form of love, in the form of hope, of being taught, led, brought righteous from being astray, and also safety, physical protection from outside, from evil, from forces of the Cain and Abel invasion, to bring war to families, dismantle, cause people to want to use their power and use it and abuse their people and other people and start wars. David and his people, with God led, would be the security of earth. And if it was someone who highly believed in God, treated unfair, wasn't fair, or a victim like Israel themselves and didn't know their true worth and potential, God would send Israel to defend, fight, and conquer over this land to defend these people, to gain favor and love and forever population, that God was the God Almighty, and they now follow God and have a way with God and have a connection with God and would obey God. It became written in the book. And that was what spread the cultivation environment, which was already the foundation. Because like I said, the people back of Moses would either treat the people right or treat them unfairly as they were learning, but only learning to become a nation, a people. Once they became a strong people, the kingdom was established. David now rules the kingdom. The kingdom goes out and defends the earth. It's God's kingdom. And why would you call God and not get an answer, and his kingdom is right next to you, balling, throwing gold, diamond, silver, chilling, talking about what they just did, how they just saved, how they overcome, how it was hard, but they're not reaching out to help anyone else. That would not be godly. So they were God's personal force. Fast forward, the kings, like I said, kingdom is obeying, the kingdom is disobeying. He gets so fed up, he prophesies of a king that would come. And this king would, like I said, he would leave the bones of everyone on the altar of God. Whether you were a priest of God or a sinner of God, he would leave your bones on the altar and burn them and set them on fire. And let the wind sweep, and he'll stomp them off with his bare feet and sweep them off the altar with his feet, your ashes. He was that strict, that harsh, and that hardcore, but it was a prophecy. And some would obey, some would disobey. And so finally, he was born, and he did that. So, and then you have a line of kings that did good. Then you have prophets that no one knew. They only got to see their grace and their beauty and their elegance. Prophet Isaiah, which is the firstborn. Josiah is prophesied ahead of his time, but Isaiah was the Christ-like child, as well as Job and everything. But Isaiah was there before his time, so he was able to be present when these things were happening in the past, before he was born, which sparked Jeremiah to also be another prophet, to have the ability to be born before his time, as far as a prophet able to be saw, heard, and visioned in the world, in the earth. And God presented him to do miracles and save, fight battles, rescue, prophecy, but he wasn't born. He was a prophet of the future, of ancient, prophet of newer times. And then he's born. But that's a fast forward. But he was present, as well as Ezekiel. It just shows what the prophets were starting to be born, able to do after the prophet Josiah was prophesied. It was even prophesied of Isaiah, which is the prophecy of Christ. That Christ was able to do these things, which is prophesied of Moses. Moses wrote Genesis, but he was born in Exodus. But Genesis says wrote by Moses, but he wasn't born into Genesis. So it fulfills the Moses prophecy of being able to be before your time, but do it in live, real format of as of today. So that's the history of that. And God gets so frustrated after King Josiah comes. King Josiah sets the law destroys, has everyone fear God, and his own sons sold him out, sold God out, sold the people out, and sinned and did it. So God got so mad, he sold everyone into slavery again. And this is the slavery that everyone would be in until Jesus Christ himself came to get them out. He was that mad. And this is what Jesus speaks when he says, my Father was angry and sold you into captivity. Here I am to redeem your life of this. This is what the event that took place that caused God and the Hebrews, the whole earth, to be subdued unto that captivity and not be able to be brought out of it. This is the format. The three sons. And they were the three sons of the last king God promised wouldn't play no more. And after they tested God, and it being their own father, he stripped the whole kingdom down, tore it down, had it breached, had it destroyed, fire. It was war hit it to knock it down in front of them. And as the world was saved and looked and marveled and looked at them as God's holy people, saw fire, hell, brimstone destroyed and knock it down, and they be conquered and destroyed and overthrew. So it was a day in hell for heaven, you know. He struck them down, and he wanted the people to do it. So what happened wasn't something bad. As far as like the people that did it wasn't bad for it. He wanted them to beat them down. And this is his own people. He wanted someone else to beat his own people down for what they did. And then they hauled them off captivity, took them, and they became slaves. They've been slaves there ever since. And that's why the Bible, that's why there's no God, there's no answer, there's no church that everyone can just go to. Everyone can go to and know God is blessing this place, speaking, and everyone here teaching us is really from him. That's why we don't have it. He's punished everybody. And he wrote that. That's why it's like that. And the only way it's like that is if it's the time of when God put everyone in slavery for 400 years, his people, and they were slaves in another country, the country that took them over. And he would judge that country after those 400 years for those that were righteous to him and his people and his love for the world, his law. But he would destroy those that hurt them instead of treated them right. Because the whole thing is about treating people right, being a leader, being godlike. And if they got in trouble because they deceived and hurt and misused it, the people that took them over couldn't do that either. For they'd be doing the same thing that got them in trouble. So he's going to punish them because they did do that to them. Raped them, beat them, killed them, did everything to them. That's what happened. So that's what God is trying to get everyone to see. That's the reality of it. But, so, please, and then the story of the Bible goes from there. But it flashes back, it doubles back, because the prophets emerge and their stories when they went and saw this back in the day, even though they're born later. But it goes from there. Them captive, goes from Ezra, Nehemiah, Esther, where a woman is now mentioned as the whole holy book of the Bible. And she's a queen, she's leading, she becomes someone that was down low, like poor, but becomes like the queen and rules. Like all these good things start happening in the Bible that changes. But it's for Israel under captivity. They're doing all this as the slave under these people who just so happen to want to kill them and then want to treat them right. So it's half and half. They're in a war zone. Then comes the hanging, the burning, the lynchings, the fire, all the misery. Then introduces Job. Then Job gets introduced. And then Job introduces a life of slavery under these people, treating them bad. And then here comes the devil with all his power, his might, and his deception, doing all these things to Job. And Job finding out it was the devil doing it, not God. And that means literal. God didn't do that to Job, is what Job reads. The devil did. And the people kept telling Job, God's doing it. Job said God wouldn't do this. This is something evil. Well, because the world only knows God to do things. Only God has the power to turn the light on and turn it off. So if the devil comes and does it, no one was aware. So all this stuff happening, they're saying, God's punishing you. Job is saying, no, he's not. And if he was, I'd rather be dead than serve him. Because he knew it wasn't God. So he's cursing and saying all this stuff. Because he didn't know, like we reading it and know the devil and God, the devil saying, let me do this. He didn't know. He knew God wouldn't have did this. This isn't God's style. This has to be something wicked, something evil. This is not Jehovah. So every time he cursed, every time he said there, every time he wished he was dead, he was saying, whoever is in control, if this is your life, if this is your way to be God, if this is how you would create, how my Father is the Almighty Creator. He creates love. He creates beauty. He creates everything good. I would rather die than be under your commandment, your creation, your control. So he was talking to it. But it's in the form of he's talking to God. But because God wasn't doing it, it wasn't. So that's why Job got forgiven. Because he wasn't yelling at God. He was yelling at who was doing it. That's the key of Job, the book. Someone is always doing that to you. God isn't. Once you figure out who, you will see your life. Because it's oppressed. Who's oppressing it? The person that's doing it. That's why Job is written. Satan comes up to God and says, let me do this to his life. And all of a sudden, here comes the devil doing this to his life. It's to show you the difference. Now, the world just so happened, forever it had been happening. Because we never saw that peace. We only see this stuff in our lives. Constantly, continuously, bad, hurt, make people cry. You never saw that relaxation. Think, if God is angry and he's not answering, and yet here comes the devil with all these ideas that just so happen to get to go. What do you see if God himself isn't intentionally answering, trying to make himself known to be, oh my God, God is here, everyone. Verse, all this bad, man, that's bad, all this bad stuff. You see bad stuff. Because that's the presence. That's the oppressed, the bad ones, how you would know. You fast forward. Jesus saves all the people from these things. So that time that people are living, that the devil's doing that. Verse, Christ is here in his presence to fight it off. You would notice where you are at. Because if you're still at a time where God isn't even acknowledging the fact his son was here, he's still ignoring you, you can't be at the time where Jesus walked. That would be a lie that he walked. And the only way you know he walked, the Bible says it, but because the white man told you this white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy is the one who did it. That's the only reason why you think Jesus did it. You would have still just been reading that. And whether God showed you he did it himself, or God said, hold on, he's going to do it. But you would have got it from reading and God showing you himself. But you wouldn't have took it from someone else telling you Jesus did this already. Remember, someone's telling you Jesus did this and he's this guy. Someone's telling you Jesus is this guy and he already did what God said. That's impossible. the world wouldn't be that way. And since the disciples took over after he died, you would guarantee the church would have disciples today, because they were, remember, they broke his body and drunk his blood. They're now a part of him forever. So just how the Jews are born from God's body, Jesus broke bread with the disciples and shed his blood with the disciples. Disciples would be born, and you'd have a whole group, just like Jews. Disciples are the new body, meaning the new people. This is the new person with an identity. Just like you would see Jewish people who have my Father's blood, so they're disciples, but they have to cross over and believe in me to be full disciples. But disciples that are born are 100% already have my blood and my body in them. The fact you don't see nobody like that. Think about it. That's a new, he put a new genre of a person out to coexist with his father's Jew, to help the Jew. The Jew has Jehovah in them, and the disciple now is guaranteed, shown prophecy, has Jesus in them, and they'd be here together. The fact you don't even see the Jew. I'm serious, because wouldn't his message have to be Jesus and not the Torah that doesn't honor him as much? So, that's the evidence. That's the evidence. And the fact that Jesus is here to free, like Moses. You gotta understand, no one would need that, because they would have already had the people that he freed available to help them. So there'd be resources, because that act wouldn't be Christ-like, and anything not Christ-like would have got immediately chastised. So that's your confession, you guys. So now that that's Job, and God does finally come and rescue Job from it, he reveals to Job, you know, Job, you were right, but you weren't right all 100%. But God did that on purpose so Job could find where God was. So if God ever didn't appear and the devil was just in front of you doing things like that, and because God had to make the devil aware that he wasn't interfering and he wasn't going to, you know, just stop it, Job had to find the relationship with God where God was able to talk to him. And it was amongst himself. He had to find God amongst himself. He had to believe in himself by way of believing the relationship he had with God already. So through Job's words and his expression, curse the day I live, God wouldn't do this. That's where he found Jehovah. Because that's where it started to get good for him. When he started opening his mouth, expressing, even when they told him to stop, and he continued to do it, that's when he found the most hope. Because watch his words. He got confident. He was able to continue. Job became the book itself. How a prophet doesn't know something, but because God says continue to walk and I will reveal it, and they continue and they get smarter by God revealing them there. Then at that moment, even Jacob feared Esau until, so that progression, Job became the progression, for he was able to build it on his own and actually understand what he was doing when he started leading it. for God was there. So in his words did he find Jehovah's comfort. In his meaning, his message, in the pain, in his languish, his anguish, which the truth was what just happened. For him to just get beat down by the devil and lose everything and be talking about how the wind blew today versus how it blew that night would make no sense. Because everyone there could see that for themselves. So that wouldn't be it. There was no need to front. And that's the key. Don't front. And the front was, how is the pain? The truth, God's not doing it. So you fronting is only shunning you from the real expectation if you would have told the truth if God wasn't fronting. You wouldn't have held anything back from God. So why is holding back present? Because someone else, which is preferring you to hold back. Because who isn't? God. Okay. So it forces your mind to have substantial lack, disagreement, retreat, because you yourself can't worship something that you don't understand. And God not being present forces the communication of every day I'm laughing with God. God shows me he's proud of me by what he's doing and how he has me help everyone. And now I need help. It's not like that. And his communication has seemed to desert and disconnect what I knew so far of him and myself, as if to say as if to be together. So he had to discover it on his own. He had to discover God was not, because we only see God as, not only, but even in God's view, it was probably even deeper, because we only see God as the Almighty in just an up and down way. Well, what if up and down got corrupted and attacked and someone had the power to go up and down? So because that's how we only know him. Like the bird feeding the baby the worm. We only know him as that, in that position. Now someone else has chewed up the food and is trying to spit something in your mouth. How would you know not to take it if that was the only insane position you were used to him? But it also shows, how would you know that was him also? Even if it's not about the worm, if it ain't the bird, if it isn't even what they did, the fact that it's there, how would you know? And if he's not looking for you to find Satan out of the whole message, he's looking for you to find him, how would you find him? If even looking there is what's causing you to not have him. So that becomes the real message of Job. And because it was in his self, it was in his voice, it's in his message, his words that he kept speaking. That's where God was at. He wanted him to remember. In his prophecy, yes, he was able to start leading himself. For if God was really there and he was doing it right, look at the abundance that came from eating his own messages. For he realized they weren't for anyone else but himself at that time. There were warnings for the world around him and his people, but he realized no one else is going through that, which is a lie. He's hurting everybody. It's just ways we couldn't see it. If you're speaking God's words and no one's listening, can't see accusing you, hurting you more than listening to get help, showing wickedness before paying attention to holy, he's already there. So that's just spotting the identity of his corruption. What is he really doing if he led these people to now attack you? How many times did he strike these people over and over and over for that anger to emerge? And all of a sudden be mad, be angry at God enough that they couldn't listen to him anymore. His wisdom in his routes. Think of that. Because he would have to have. And I know the strike. I know the anger. I know the blow thrown to you. It's a blow. It's a blow that's thrown, tries to attack you, tries to weaken you, tries to unstrengthen you to God's favor. And because the blow is so hard, he charges you in an instant at God to immediately make it right, not have it happen, and the attack go away. And he forces you to try to get angry at God for even having it. And if your faith is high, low, if you're struggling yourself, he'd sink in and use it to further lower your resilience, your ability to defend, repel the attack from him. I guess challenging you that way. So he would use it in that method. But it's a blow. He believes if he hits you, it hurts you, is able to attack you, get his hands on you, farther, close hard enough, you would give up God from a blow. So, and not just from a blow, but yeah, that's what he's trying to do. Even when I speak, when I preach, he attacks me over and over and over. Over and over and over. In hopes he weakens. So that, yeah, there's no strength of me in God. So, I just hate that. But, so yep, that's the tempter. To go to war with your life. The tempters. That's it. That's what Job is. He's warning me of the tempter. Very of the tempters. Because it's war with his life. In that fashion, though. That caliber. Job just couldn't fight back because he didn't know that's what he was doing. I know. So it wouldn't be all of a sudden he'd use it in the form of a fight. Because it was that high of an attack. How could I repel against it? So that's it. It would. But in the form of temptation. He's trying to break me. Have me get mad at God. Get cursed at God. All that with God. But God is making me mad at God and curse God. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, God's doing it. And it's not Jehovah. That's what I'm like. I'm praying to Jehovah. It's not Jehovah. But I'm not taking no chances. And I would attack God even to free my brother. So, my grandmother and Jehovah himself, I would attack myself, my brother, my grandma. I'd attack all of us. If it was to get God free, to get Granny free, to get me, myself free. I don't care who's in front of me. That's my heart. But God was being someone else. Which until, I think yesterday, the day before, or today, I freed myself from that. My confidence. And I notice it's when it's more doubt that really I'm forsaken and weakened and shows I can't do things and I'm under attack. And it's like my knowledge of who I am is like, where's Kakarot? Where is he at? Where's this focus? It's more doubt. But the doubt comes because I get abused. God goes, okay, I'm punishing you because you did this. And then it's in the form of him taking something from me. But the whole time it's an attack to abuse it, to weaken it. So now I crumble because I feel I'm punished. So now I would refuse to continue searching for what I got punished for. Because I would fear the forsakening, or being brought down, or being torn down by God. But the whole time it's an attack. The whole time. But because of it, the severity of the attack, I couldn't see it. I see it as a punishment. And he's stripped me. Like, I've been jacked, y'all. Not even jacked. Like, I went from almost having fire come out of my hands in the view of men. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I can see it myself, but to have you see it, like, which is only if I do it, but I could also do it so that it wasn't, if those flames come out of my hand, it's wanted. If I allow them to come, I revealed it. So to get to the level where they come, and I didn't submit it, I didn't signal, I didn't take it away, they came. That's where I was almost on that, and I got struck down. He beat me down, took everything. Like, I was like, man, and I'm not noticing. He does take me. At the same time, even I said that could be, it's just many years ago, that could be a form of trying to lure me. That's crazy. I get beat down, struck, what is it? Stuttering, stumbling my words. I can't think, can't pronunciate, can't even imagine vision. I can't even brainstorm things that I wanted to create like I used to. He just struck me down. Then here I am reading. I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna make you desperate. It's gonna be difficult for you to do. And I started reading all this stuff that all of a sudden here I go. But look at my fight. Because not once, even if I'm angry at God, am I like, forget. And not once, if I'm humble, am I just on him like that to just be, or excuse me, that I'm just not giving him his praise either. So that's strict lying. But it has to remain that that's the vision as well. You know what I'm saying? I'm fighting for him. Is the only reason why I'm even believing I can do it. And because my own praise, salvation, my own hands, coming here, revealing, getting help, finding my way, leading myself, has really put my foot forward. No matter how many heavy blows force me to go back, will I keep continuing to move forward? Because the whole thing is now for me to be free. And I could never forget I was under attack in the first place. Isn't that something? For the night of the day, before the day of the night, for the time of me speaking to you, to say hello, this is God's message. God has been attacking me. I've been under attack. God's been attacking me. I've been under attack this whole time first. So the whole fact has been abuse of me. Now me finding something, saying I refuse, I don't want that. I'm not going to live like that. What's so wrong with him continuing to find it on his own? That's been it anyway. It has been praise him. I didn't come in here to praise him. It's been hidden. It's like Abraham and Sarai. I feared just going at him first. I wanted to at least show on my own. Because I felt I bombed first. And maybe it was wrong. Because what happened on Facebook, and I've been still trying to get out of that hole. Would you believe it? Now I've done great things. And he didn't even wink at my level. So I take this. Not only. My last night was what I preached the next day. I can die because someone took me over. Even if I gave up, and it was like, he did make me surrender and gave up. I didn't believe. I could never not believe in what I did. No matter what. Because no one was here. And the person that's trying to force me to fade away into his belief in his way and his was attacking me that night before from it. And in the midst of me preaching, trying to force me not to be able to even do what I produced that Sunday morning for myself. I can never give him praise and credit and shout him out. No matter what. That's to my heart. No matter what. I would never. That goes for anybody. Can't anyone make me bow down to them? Because this book isn't for you. And that's for anyone that challenges me. That's the key. I found that personal. This book isn't for you. This book obeys Kakarot. And I'll die for that honor. You see the praise? See, it went me, Job, Job, me, Job, Job, me, Job, me, Job, 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 me, Job, Job, me. So it went back. But I understood Job every way. Because I'm that person. I went from my father raising me to be mad at him. I don't want money, but I do want the way he promised me. See, because only recently did I realize I might take one too. I don't know. That boy is keeping me up. All right. That was my son, y'all. Excuse me. Thought he was coming back tonight, but he is not. All right. So that's Job, and then you got the book of Psalms. The book of Psalms is right after Job. And the book of Psalms, what I notice, it's a combination of everything. Genesis 1 through, Revelations. And why? Because the book of Psalms serves for every day. Service, protection, love of God's hands. But the book of Psalms, although, because now David, as a go back, went forward. And Psalms, as a go forward, went back. Because David writes Psalms, but David would have been passed away at that time. So the fact he wrote that. And what Psalm serves is as, I believe, poetry, spoken word, written, and lyrics, hymns, songs, notes for the people of the past, present, and which would be the Revelationist future. But it also gave birth to the new book of the Bible, Psalms, which particularly focuses life, Genesis, the history, our people. But since Job had God answer, it partakes from after Job especially. Because now from man, human, government, even a beast, an animal coming to attack you, God's opponent that attacked him has now attacked Job personally and challenged him one-on-one, basically. Unknowingly challenged him one-on-one. So he likes to fight without you knowing. For some reason I overcame that. I was able to spot him. So even that became eye level with me. That's why I talk like I talk. I'm not behind him at all or anything, or below him looking up. Became eye level where I'm looking down, and ascended past him. Clearly I ascended past him. That's on my own recognition, especially. I'm freestyling. So clearly I've made it past this guy. Then I don't have to look. I don't have to look. He has to try to lie. I can lie. And, watch my word try to tell the truth. So that's the difference. But, so Psalm serves as after Job and the devil attacked him, going against God, going against life, the prophets, the angels, the prophetesses, Job's family, his people, his servants, his friends, all his possessions. And now the devil's running wild onto the world. But because they're already slaves, it forms what he used. So now that after he did this to Job, now joined forces with the white man. And it's forged the black man that would go against God to join him and the white man. And they created this council, and they call it the Council of the Ungodly, as a denunciation to God and Jehovah, and a denunciation to themselves, but to call them, uplifting God, to call them ungodly, as a form of, they have to rebel correctly, challenging him, but to use ungodliness as a statue. They wouldn't go in his favor, in his ways, or his law. So it becomes, if the devil forced someone to do something bad in life, but that was a power, that was a protocol, that was one weapon used against God, that forms that thought, that mind, that process to go against God. So now the ungodly becomes everything he touched to corrupt. And they have to stand on everything they do to try to be against God. So this council of ungodliness stands to worship the one that did that to Jehovah and stabbed him in the back, turned his back on him, was his best friend, his love, his angel, and betrayed him. They stand for him, as Satan himself is in it. For it was not Satan that did it. So, yeah, Satan becomes why he has the power. Think of possess. If someone becomes possessed, we say the devil. But what if the devil himself was possessed by something and somebody? It's like it. It's like it. It's like it. Welcome to Derry. Pennywise, that we think his power because he's this evil cloud, we find he was possessed by the evil spirit that he possesses people to be. But now it makes even sense, because now the people around that do evil, and you think but even he stood for two sides. Remember, he didn't like bullies, but at the same time they act like him. So he was possessed. Now this possession holds this wickedness. The truth, right, would be King David. So that, yeah, you see how that works? Because it would be fighting Goliath, but that would manifest, or Saul himself. Ooh, something inside of Saul. So it would connect. So, but that's my point. So now, because that's taken place, and he's able to start doing these things to people and cause evil to want to emerge. Psalms, because they're already in a weak position underneath people, and they're a lone stranger, there's no one that saved them. God's not, their God no more like that. The devil's causing all these people to start to kill and attack from this council. And this council now, the Ku Klux Klan, the white supremacists, racism, all these people are killing God's people. And throughout all Psalms, they're praying physically, mentally, emotionally. Can't eat, can't do this, can't live, getting killed, getting raped, getting lynched, getting burnt, getting set on fire. Spiritually, because now the devil, they're forcing anyone that prays to God, they're getting killed. So now people have to choose their faith. Say, I'd rather pray to God or don't pray to get a few more moments, seconds, hours, days, minutes, years, months, weeks, however, more life by abandoning God. So that's starting to take place. And Psalms is showing all the torture from Job, to never forget the devil has now this kind of power to bring these things on your life. So Psalms, they're just crying, praise, just screaming God help in the beginning. David is writing this. He knows this is going to happen. Gives you hope. You keep reading, it gets well and well, less and less. Horrible cries, less and less. God intervenes. They start to thank God and say, you saved us from this horrible oppression. The fires, the burnings, the killings. You rescued us. You prevailed. You prevented them to continue. Like, if they're killing them, and it's only so many of them, that number is going to keep shrinking. God continued to bless them. So you multiplied us. You made us enormous, even when they tried to disconnect us from life and ever to able to be established again. So they start to thank him for these things, because he's starting to protect them and they're able to fight back. Next thing you know, their prayers become thanks, and I'm asking him to continue to keep them strong to fight back like they were. So it doesn't be, oh, this is horrible, what are we going to do? They now start to get hope, and they start to pray for these hopes. So Psalms now becomes prayer for the hope, a little bit of fight, a little bit of wisdom, a little bit of joy from God. Still horrible, still, needing things, still the evil wickedness, but fight them, God. Punish them. Pay them back. Do this for us. Answer this prayer for us. Show us this. They start saying things, and they now can believe a little bit more. Then it continues. Now they're at the upper hand, fighting back. A few blows have been thrown. Allow time to sustain. We know it's going to be even longer from now, but allow us to withstand this time that it's going to be. So they start to pray, because it's going to be 400 years that they have to live like this. So now that they have their feet planted, their hands, they're getting wise, they're getting smarter, they're asking for time. The generation, never forget God, never leave Him, even though right now they can see God. It may not be able to be, and they may try to take them away further. Allow them to always be safe. So it continues to pray. Psalms is the whole movement, from the beginning of Genesis, going back, showing stories of Moses, God creating the earth, everything combined. A flashback, present and future. That's Psalms. Next thing you know, you have Proverbs, Ecclesiastics. Well, you have Ecclesiastes. Wait. I think you have Proverbs, Ecclesiastics, then Songs of Solomon, which are still wrote by David and Solomon, his son. So they're not new people. Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastics, and Songs of Solomon. They're all King David and Solomon. It progresses, but it's not someone new. He's after Job, and how Job got treated by his people. He discontinued anyone to come. He wouldn't allow no new person to come. So that whole time, that's why David wrote Psalms, and then Proverbs is Solomon, Ecclesiastes is David, and then Songs of Solomon is Solomon again. So those are all those, and it's prophecies, flashbacks, keys of life, how to hold your composure, how to be a gentleman, how to be a wife, how to be a woman, how to be a child, how to obey the parents, getting everyone ready in this slave mentality. Something's about to come. And they present proverbs, parables, prophecies, wisdom, explanations of things, determinations, results, a lot of flashbacks again, showing the way, measurements, building things, no longer sacrifices, but a lot of things like that. And then what I like, Songs of Solomon now. Songs of Solomon is Mother Mary Magdalene and Jehovah, and she's describing how it is in front of Jehovah, his presence, how it is in front of him, who he is and what it's like, and how she makes him so horny every time she sees him, and he does things to make her vagina, her bosom, just everything she describes, her masturbating and touching herself, getting pleasure for him, his wisdom, his smile, how beautiful God is. She talks about that. Then she finally talks about looking for him, how she was mistreated, abused, him choosing her out of all the women, her joy. But the key, you guys, of how many Marys it is, because the Mother Mary that is God's wife isn't the Mary Joseph's wife, that Jesus' mother. That's a different Mary compared to Jehovah's. See, Jesus' mother is God's wife, and Mary is the vessel, because she couldn't appear like that. So she needed someone to give birth to her child. Mary was the chosen one of all women to carry her baby is her prophecy, but it's for the mother, which is the real purpose of life. Think of it. It's for the mother, God's wife, but a mother on earth would have delivered that child that belongs to her. Jesus fulfills that. Mary is the chosen out of all women in life. Why? For herself. Then her blessing to the world, she gives Jesus Christ to us. So she's already going to make the best impact and make everyone just bow to her. It's before she's pregnant. That's the beauty of her. Now everyone's not knowing this woman who's this, this majestics about her, right? This wonderfulness, this favoritist amongst all women, that everyone's going to salute her. She's the founded mother of Yeshua. And of course, Joseph being the man she, in this world would know as a virgin. She chooses him to be. So that's the key. And he's already probably had a fame of himself. And the two of them getting together, no one saw coming. While they're praising them two on equal fashion. This is before that child. So that's the key to his story. His parents, who still, Mary's mother is Mary, named Mary. So that now, Mary, the mother of Jesus, Mother Mary Magdalene, the Virgin Mary, and it's I believe just Mary, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it the mother? Is Mary's mother? I believe it's that. I think that's her title. The Mother of Mary. That's why I say Mother of Mary. The Mother of Mary. Which is Mary. Or Mary, Mother of Mary. Well, or Mother Mary. Or Mary. That's Jesus' grandmother. And the reason she's significant, she named and raised Emmanuel, who is God with us, God before Jesus was here, until he birthed into Jesus. That was Mary's mother. So the fact that's Jesus' mother, that's God's grandma. That's Mary's mother. Because you gotta understand, they're all Mary. So even Mother Mary, Gabriel would have appeared to her. Then here's the key of Mary. Joseph becomes Yeshua. Because Songs of Solomon, if it's Mother Mary and Jehovah, it would also be Mary and Joseph. So by way of Joseph is Jesus Christ and the Virgin Mary, his wife, able to creep in as well, because Mary is Jesus' wife. So now that's 4 Marys, if I'm not mistaken. Jehovah's, Joseph's, Jesus' grandmother, and now his wife, which is Mary. And that's the virgin. A virgin shall be with child. That's because they were both born, not together, but together. And when he entered, she entered. When he was a baby, she was a baby. And that's his equal, that's his rib, that's his Eve. So she was with him. It's her prophecy. And she knows she's the specialist woman out of everyone living. Like, something's really special about her. She knows that. But that's Jesus' Mary. And then Jesus has a sister named Mary. So that's the key, and it's all for them. Even the Songs of Solomon is for all of them, but it's specifically Jehovah and his Mary, which is my mother, Jesus' mother, Emmanuel's mother, Maher's mother, Severia's mother, A's mother, O's mother, Kakarot's mother, One's mother, the Holy Spirit's mother, right? This is 323's image. This is why it's so like that. So when chapter 5 comes, she invites him to make love to her. They finally make love. Now think, this is Songs of Solomon. What happens after usually a husband and wife make love? She gets pregnant. If you really want the deep part, Songs of Solomon, the next chapter is Isaiah, announcing the birth and prophecy of Emmanuel, of Jesus, because she's pregnant now. Later on, Jesus is born because she's now pregnant after they made love. So they make love in the Songs of Solomon. And later, who gets born? Jesus Christ. Ooh! So that's how the Songs of Solomon goes. It's Mother Mary and God, Jehovah, making love, showing their love, making Jesus as husband and wife should. Because you got to think, the whole history of everyone being born, someone had to make love. So they did it together. It was like Neo and Trinity in the Matrix. And when they made love, they made everybody vibe to it. That's it. So that's the, that's it. That's how it worked. And yeah, so that's it. That's the Spirit of God and his virgin. And that's what they did. And Jesus becomes born. Yeah. And then the book of Isaiah is exactly what it prophesies the birth of Jesus. And it prophesies the birth of Emmanuel. And it prophesies the birth of my hair. See, my hair. See, we even see my hair. We get into my hair, and my hair is like, that's what you guys really need to be looked at. You need to check and serve my hair. Because my hair is the reverend for real. Because my hair is actually, it bears, I'm going to just say it. My hair translated, well, it's God's name. He gives his name and he writes it out. It's in Hebrew, but it's wrote out in English format. And he writes his name. So that becomes my hair is, I love that. My hair is just there. Okay, that's in Isaiah. And Isaiah just prophecies of how they were kidnapped and what God's going to do about it. Jeremiah follows with when Jeremiah went back in time and saw all these things as well. But Jeremiah was at the time of Nebuchadnezzar. Isaiah was at the time they got kidnapped. And he prophesies what he saw, his responses, how he helped, what he's supposed to do, how it would come to an end, what it would look like. He prophesies that. Jeremiah prophecies of King Nebuchadnezzar. And just takes it by storm. Jeremiah's, because Jeremiah represents present time prophecies today. Then limitations for Jeremiah because he died a horrible way. Then Ezekiel he was slain. Then Ezekiel. And Ezekiel is God's image in human form. So you can imagine Ezekiel's touch. Only adding fuel to the slave and fire to the freedom. And then Daniel comes next, and Daniel gets chosen by the government. Daniel gets chosen by the person that took the slaves and acts on the bones of Joseph and gets promoted, interprets his dreams, gets chosen, leads the people to higher freedom from God, and frees them that way, and prophesizes a revelation in Daniel. And then I believe Hosea's next, and then from from Hosea until now, it just continues on the prophecy. It continues on Israel, continues on the kingdoms, the different nations that have emerged and gained power, gained trust, and attempts to be with God, lead Israel safe, guide Israel, protect Israel, guide the world, refuse, rebelled, the evil powers that have tried to subdue and corrupt, the split side where God can have favor with man, and then the devil comes and corrupts and makes the same man wicked, and God will either protect him from that and purify him and make him whole again, or give him to his father, the devil, and throw him away. So he prophesies of that and to be good, but he's always here to save his children. So it's mostly about that, and for them to know good times is coming. He shows more signs, he does more destruction. Jonah in the whale shows up. Like the whole Old Testament from Hosea till Zechariah. Zechariah was Trizophania. Talks about he's going to starve, famine, destroy every god, but famine every god on earth. Because God's not playing. It's a war with these gods, so-called gods, these false gods. And God turned up the temperature. Because it's only one person doing it. But he may have an army behind him that makes them seem like they're the ones that's in control, because he's hiding. But it's only one person so terrible, and everyone else is under him. So just to make that clear, it's only one devil, but there's many devils, you know what I mean? But only one of them is like pop up, hit, pop up, hit, because they know they're not the one. They're just deception, things to slow us down. The real devil is out there, and he's been getting away with it this whole time. So he thinks, but we haven't caught him yet. So that's the truth of the book. That's the whole Old Testament summarized. That's the mission. That's the objective. We're moving into the New Testament. That's been the earth's baddest position, being under attack and having no solid foundation and relationship with God, because he continues to send the prophets and the messages. One day we will be reunited again, and he's talking about the God of Genesis, the God of Adam, the God of Eve, the God of Abraham, the God of David. You understand? Just as I was a God to them and walk with them to show them the way, I will reunite and no longer be angry with you and be the God to you. But that's for the generation that would be present. And he promises he would wake the dead, rise the dead, resurrect the dead once again, so we can be with the ancestors that he wrote about, that got to see him and talk and teach the world so they can enjoy living again. But that's for a time. And none of us have seen any of these people. that should just guarantee everybody that that's what you should listen to me. Ain't that something? The dawning, we're just now into the New Testament. It just opened up a way. Just think about that. What? Not even a what if. Where are we? that's the if and what. Where are we now in this book? Where is this book now in us? You understand what I'm saying? What is going on? Because, yeah, what sense would that make? Tell me, what sense would that make? Everyone's searching every direction, and not one got close enough to feed no one what they say. People can't huddle under your words and get a fire from God started. And I just read where God said, I see all you looking, I see all you begging, I see all you trying to find me. And it's intentionally I'm not to be found. He doesn't want to be found because it's how we're looking. How we're looking is shaming him, because the book itself doesn't describe a God that's like the one we're looking for. It's amazing. I get in front of my family and it'd be so difficult to talk. I get in front of y'all because it's my home, it's my peace. Not that I'm judged. I think it's God. I get in front of my family and he knows the light. He knows I shine. He knows it's not fear. But for some reason, I'm not able to just, especially from what I learned, I should be the main one opening my mouth anytime it's any family. But I did with my Casper. Shout out to my Casper. Shout out to little Casper, man. I was able to talk this in front of him one day. I was able to talk like this in front of him one day. And it wasn't, to me it wasn't, it was fair. I loved it. I was just shocked I was able to. So I was able to do all this talking, and next thing you know, there goes, I learned I'm not a hypocrite. I pray I'm not weak. I'm not a giver up or anything like that, a quitter or anything like that, surrender to evil. But when I get angry and upset, when I feel forsaken, when I feel lost, I'll destroy heaven and earth. I'll tear down the temple and rebuild it brick by brick in 3 days, because I'm so angry. I feel so lost. I feel like because it'll just sit there, and I wonder what everyone's gonna do then. And remember, it's me. That's what makes it the funnest when I say it. There's no building I can go hit. Think about that. I get so angry. The devil's after me. Everybody's doing it. God start lying. I'll tear the temple down. And while it sits, whether it ain't even day one, the first 23 minutes, 3:23 seconds, 3:23 hours. Who moved one stone? So that's why I feel safer in death. I know no one owns me. No one can take me. No one can control me. I feel safer. I feel peaceful. More at ease and more at home. But okay, so I did one lottery this whole time because I was waiting, and I felt I had to introduce what we were going to step into. Okay, Detroit Mama, I thank you for being so patient, Mama. We about to start this. No more interruptions. But it wasn't an interruption. I had to get that out. So everyone knows I'm a legit pastor, a legit preacher, a legit teacher. So that's literally, I feel like that's the best to just move forward. I was pressed with time. To me, yeah, that's the best I feel I can do for you guys at the moment, to give you that best reality of what I'm teaching. All right. Again, without further ado, interruptions. This is why that meant so much to me, and it stopped me to say, "You didn't go over it." I said, "I didn't, huh?" And Josias begat Jeconias and his brethren. Remember, his brethren did it, and his brethren, about the time they were carried away to Babylon. Babylon remained significant. They were carried away unto Babylon. That's the place that God took them. And after they were brought to Babylon, Jeconias begat Salathiel, and Salathiel begat Zerubbabel. But now think this. Think this. That's how God got angry. They were carried into Babylon. This is the genealogy of Jesus. God got angry and carried them to Babylon. That's when they became slaves again. That's the place. And after they were brought to Babylon, Jeconias begat Salathiel. Now remember, they're Babylonian now, because they're in Babylonia. They're Israelites, Hebrews, Jews, Africans, but they're brought to Babylonia. And Salathiel begot Zorobabel. Put the boy's name as Babel in his name. They were under control, and that's a sign the Babylonian name was given to these slaves. They bear the name of the Babylonian in their name. So that's evidence for Israel. Babylonian is in their name. Okay. And Zerubbabel begat. Okay, here it goes. And Zerubbabel begat Abiud, and Abiud begat Eliakim, and Eliakim begat Azor, and Azor begat Sadak, and Sadak begat Akim, and Akim begat Aluid, and Aluid begat Eleazar, and Eleazar begat Mathan, and Mathan begat Jacob, and Jacob begat Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who was called Christ. Thank you. Now watch this. So all the generations, let me read that one more time. And Jacob begot Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who was called Christ. So all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations, and from David unto the carrying away unto Babylon are 14 generations, and from the carrying away into Babylon unto Christ are 14 generations. Now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise. Now watch this, hold on. So all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations, and from David unto the carrying away unto Babylon are 14 generations. So until they were slaves again into Babylon, and from the carrying away into Babylon unto Christ. So remember, Christ, I kept saying, Christ is here to free them. Remember that, and they would be in that place. And from the carrying away into Babylon unto Christ are 14 generations, which would add up to 400 something years. It's like 420 years. But that's going by tens. Now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise, when as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Ghost. So you gotta remember that. Before they came together, she was found. Remember, is on this wise. Tap if you're paying attention. Just tap. Just tap if you're listening. Just tap. Just give me someone, one person tap if you're paying attention. Just tap. Someone tap. Someone tap. Someone tap. Someone tap. Anyone tap. Put a comment. Someone tap. Someone tap. Type Jesus in the comments. We can go Jesus Christ, you guys. We can talk Jesus. We can shout to Jesus. Someone write Jesus in the comments. Someone tap. Someone tap. One person. Just tap. Just tap. Just tap. Someone tap. Just tap, 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 tap. Someone tap, tap. Just tap. Just tap, 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 tap. Anybody, anybody. Okay. Okay. Thank you for saying it. Thank you. Now, now it makes me a little frightened to start talking because ain't no one want to tap the screen. Is anyone really here? Okay. So, watch this. Now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise, when as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Ghost. Watch. Why? Because watch. Verse 21, but verse 23. We're going to read verse 23 first. Behold, a virgin shall be with child, and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which being interpreted is God with us. He was here. Now go to 21. And she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins. Now watch this. Now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise. This is how. Because she already would have had, this is why it's so significant. The birth of Jesus Christ is not the same as the birth of Emmanuel. Is on this wise, to show you Yeshua, to show you Jesus. Emmanuel would have already been here. Thank you. Emmanuel would have been here already. That's the sign. And don't look for a child. He was a full-grown man. He kept telling everyone, I'm going to be reborn as a child. I'll be in a virgin and come back as a baby. Why do you think they wanted to kill this child so bad, Jesus, when he was born? Because they knew he was Emmanuel, who prophesied he would come back. The fact that Emmanuel's birthday never gets mentioned on December 25th, because you would have to have two separate birthdays. And what it would do was narrow the year. To separate the two, you would have to put the year. They could have the same date. That's fine. But the years would be apart from each other. Jesus' birthday is not December 25th. Because you would have there was a war before, and you would honor that war because that war liberated everybody on earth. There was a war to destroy the world. They wanted to destroy the earth. So you couldn't have his birthday. And think about that. Think about this real quick. If there was a famine in the whole earth, that the whole earth was about to starve, and God saved it and fed everybody, wouldn't you honor the fact we almost died? But if it wasn't for God, we wouldn't be here, nor would we have anything to eat anymore, right? So you wouldn't forget these things, right? Now, guess what? That war was to destroy the earth so Jesus wouldn't be born. Remember I said there was a war to destroy the earth. Well, you mean to tell me no one would celebrate that? Because look at the reason he's born. If someone tried to destroy the earth so he couldn't come, don't you think his birth would be a little bit more important, knowing the significance people went to prevent it? So these are signs that need to be praised because it symbolizes his birth. This is what this child, and then when he was born, they tried to kill the baby. They had to take him and run away because they were still trying to pursue it. Think about that. You have the power to attack the earth in hopes you destroy it, and God doesn't let it. Then when the one thing you tried to prevent to come is here, what little you have left, you use it to try to kill him. And you mean to tell me all you have is Easter? Even the 4th of July. Like, you wouldn't want to light a firecracker no more because it'd be like they tried to shoot these at Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Like, holidays would really, you would think about that. And the sad thing, it was all political. It was all government. It was all the powers that be. Thank you. We about to get into it, you guys. I just, you know, I'm your pastor. I'm your preacher, and sometimes, you know, my mouth be wanting to give you information. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate you guys. But y'all want me to keep talking or read? Just somebody. I don't care. Even if it's a disrespectful, shut up, nigga. Keep reading. Just let me know. But cause I'll keep going. But the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise, when as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, before they came together. Listen, before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Ghost. So remember this. Now watch. I tried to explain why. Watch. Behold, a virgin shall be with child, and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which being interpreted is God with us. Now watch 21. And she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins. Now watch. Now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise. This is how they did it. Listen. When as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Ghost. So she already had that baby, but Jesus wasn't born yet. That's why the two of them are in Mathews. It was Emmanuel. She already had him. So you have to now. This is why I want you, please, you guys, just follow me. I know it's late, trying to cram it all into you guys, but follow me, please. I teach. We're just now getting. This is. Look, I'm so excited. Look, this is Mathews, you guys. This is the New Testament. This is what I did on Beagle. Every Sunday. This is what I, for everybody. Started over. No excuses. Read this whole, we're about to read. I'm reading now. All this I did on Sunday for all of you from the beginning. Started the whole Bible over. We just now got tonight. This is me by myself. I don't have no help. Ain't nobody jumping up answering questions. No, all me, you guys. We're just now here at the New Testament. So we're just now getting to Mathews to get to Jesus. All me. Just follow me. I know it's late. Follow me. I got you. My message real quick, if you guys got time. Jesus, you guys, has not been born yet. It's been a lie of what we were taught. He hasn't been born yet. It's all a lie. He's going to be born. And that's my message. I know it may scare people. That's just to prepare you. He has not been born. That's a lie. It's to make you, it's to force you to go past, so you always think he did all these things. The real Jesus Christ. I'm telling you. Why you think I'm talking about Christmas and his birth? Like, no, it hasn't happened. And think, if they warred with the world to make it blow up, what did they use? Boulders? They stabbed it with their knife. They had slingshot. Think, what weapon? And think, look, highways. There were highways built just recently before we got here, signifying he was born. the place that it just mentioned. Look, you guys just came here. Watch. Look. So all the generations from Abraham and from David unto the carrying away into Babylon. Well, Moses took them out of Egypt. They was going to kill Moses as a baby. The only one ever as a baby they were going to do after was John the Baptist. Well, Jesus. Because Jesus is the liberator. That's why Jesus and Moses are compared. Because both of them were born at the time God slaves. So look, until the carrying away into Babylon. Babylon now has 400 years that they kidnap God's people. And Jesus was to be born after the 400 years. Look. So all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations. And from David unto the carrying away into Babylon are 14 generations. Let's go to Genesis chapter 15, verse 14. And God said unto Abram, know of surety, 15, verse 13, chapter 13, verse 13. And he said unto Abram, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. Now look, the place that they were sent to was Babylon. Watch. Abraham. So all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations. And from David unto the carrying away into Babylon are 14 generations. So in Babylon is when the 400 years God told them they would be in another place that's not their country. And they would get treated bad in this place for 400 years. Or 400 years. It was Babylon. And 14 generations. And from the carrying away into Babylon unto Christ are 14 generations. Jesus Christ freed them from that 400. Now the reason they said Jesus is blonde-haired, blue eyes, because the African was doing that. That 400. Think the only blonde-haired, blue-eyed, really strict teaching was here. And who did they have in captivity? So if the African found the 400 years, they would have attracted it to themselves. So they had to fast forward. Even if you looked at it and found it, that it was a long time ago. Not knowing they were doing it themselves. So they had to make Jesus blonde hair blue. So even if they look and found that he was white. No hope for the black man that he's coming for them. When reality, you guys, we are, look, Babylon is the land of milk and honey. Babylon is the land of milk and honey. In the Bible, watch this, watch. I'm so sorry. This one is going to take maybe a second or two because it's this one's going to be in Exodus. So, but it should be early in Exodus. I'm so sorry, y'all. It's just I want to find it fast, but there we go. Chapter 3, verse 8. And I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of that land unto a good land, and a large land, unto a land flowing with milk and honey. And we learned that the land flowing of milk and honey was Babylon. Okay, so watch this right here. Watch this right here. Watch this right here. Now, before they came together, she was found with child. Do you see how many people left when I said Jesus hasn't been born? I had 500 people. 500 people. I promise. Looking when I spoke. As soon as I said Jesus wasn't born, it dropped. And then went 490, 490, 498, dropped back, went up to 500 again. And then it just... people just gotta bear. You can't give a pastor 1 second and think he can teach you something been taught that never has been taught, and he's trying his best to teach something that's 400 years long and beyond. This is like the beginning of the Bible, and try to teach it, and you want me to do it, and they want me to do it like fast. And I'm excited because I'm a black man that's teaching it. So if these is God's words, who would be teaching? A white man. Think a Mexican. Think about it. The fact that I'm black saying this and standing on it could only mean the voice of who, was with me, wanting me to do it. So that's why I love that. That's what makes that cool. Alright, so matter of fact, I don't have no more beans, so I can't do anything. Before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Ghost. Now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise, when as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Ghost. Then Joseph, her husband, being a just man, and not willing to make her a public example, was minded to put her away privately. But while he thought on these things, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. And she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins. Now all this was done, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken of the Lord by the prophet, saying, Behold, a virgin shall be with child, and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which being interpreted is God with us. And that's what happened. It's being interpreted is God with us. But you guys can't leave E out. If you leave Emmanuel out, you disconnect him from Jesus, dislocate him from Jesus. You can't, forsake him of Jesus. If you leave Emmanuel out and go straight to Jesus, you're going to lose, because you're not going to get Jesus. And the fact that Jesus, not even technically, the fact Jesus wouldn't be here, he's coming, verse who has just been proved to have already, someone's proved to have been, this is, oh my God, this is what makes me just go crazy with people. What up, Janae? This is what makes me go, he would already be here. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Jesus is coming. So even now, because it gives more evidence of how, you're still dealing with Emmanuel. So Emmanuel's crossed over from Old Testament into the New. Jesus has yet to have been born. So that shows, Emmanuel, for God with us. That shows, because he's not yet. He's not here. Chapter 1 of Mathews is still, it's not prophesizing, she's probably pregnant. You understand? She's probably pregnant. But Emmanuel would have had to have, for her to be pregnant, that child, Emmanuel's either there with her or he's inside. So it automatically takes focus off of Emmanuel as word for word. You don't even get that unless it's everything in black. You don't get it. Emmanuel, unlike God as well. Well, God did speak, but Emmanuel, or my hair. I haven't heard Sovereign. I've heard the Lord of Hosts. Sovereign said a lot, but with no just significant. Well, yeah. Sovereign spoke, but like even the Holy Spirit, which wouldn't. But I don't know, because technically Jesus didn't either, if he's red. So that's that's another sign. But my point is, you guys understand what I'm doing here? Do you guys understand? Which being interpreted is God with us. So that's the difference. He was still there. Now, I believe soon as she got pregnant, how he left himself, or if he remained, that's the significance, which hopefully we'll find it. But both of them, as pure evidence, he's not born yet, so it's not two. If ever it mentions a child with her, it couldn't have been Jesus. It would have had to have been Emmanuel. But it mentions them as that separator in that portion. The only child of Holy Ghost that would have been physically present could have been Emmanuel. Only proving she gave birth to a child first. For why would the verse 21 and verse 23 be present in Mathews, as well as the generations and genealogy, signifying they're in a place somewhere that the Bible mentions? Just so happens the whole book of mentioned they're in Babylon right now. So Emmanuel would have had to be there. Jesus, on the other hand, would have been still. And then here's another important part. His mother's passed away. So this for sure ain't happening at no time soon right now at all. Hey, that's all I gotta say about that. It's impossible. So this has to be even this. You know what I'm saying? Even this. Like Emmanuel be right now in front of everyone preaching, teaching, getting everyone's attention to this story, telling you. And yet there'd be no Jesus Christ available to be in sight. That would have had to be how it happened. Because even this, think of this. Alright, let's just keep going. Then Joseph being raised from sleep. Think of that. Look at my neck. Look at, oh my God, on the set. I was about to look, because his mother's passed away. Joseph is passed. Both of them are passed away. There's two Josephs, for sure. But the key, if Mary is Jesus's wife, and songs is, oh my God. See, that's why I'm not a good, well, I want to say I'm not a good, I'm too good. It's just, I thrive off of people paying attention. I thrive off interaction. If you can't interact with me, the miracles sometimes get prevented. So, I can't blame people. I didn't just step to people. I didn't do PKs. I didn't just go out. I should have probably been more out reaching people of the Bible, teaching, getting known. Because then that could have been my audience. But I don't know. I just had faith, you know. I really did. I just had faith. And, you know, I really believed people's need was bigger than, I guess, their awarenesses. You know, that a dummy. Literally, I'm not calling someone dumb, but like a dummy would have found me if you tried as hard as less. You know, think about that. Stumbled and found. That wasn't on purpose. So someone stumbled in and found someone looking for you. Can't help it. That's just how I saw it, but it didn't stop me. You see the growth. Kakarot's growing. So that's what I want people to see. That was so much fun because I'm now, after all the work, I'm now in the footprints of what supposedly everyone knows, you know, and what I thought I knew. Look at my mind going into this New Testament of Mathews and what I'm armed with. Well, I'm armed myself with, well, I'm walking in here, right? We're about to see this through. We're going through Revelation. That's one thing I had to contract. If I leave Bigo, it's definitely in Revelation. Yeah, I'm gonna leave just like that. hey, I'm leaving just like that. It said I'm out. Hey, thank you. You ain't give me no beans. You ain't give me no audience. You ain't give me nothing. You ain't sent me no DM. And you probably sent me hundreds of DMs. I don't check nothing. Bigo official assist. I don't check it. I don't, dear host, because I get tired of that. I don't need to do the rebates. I'm not the app. I just like going live. You know, my skills is when I go live. Fire X Energy. Complete form. Probably transfer it to a new agency to keep it current month progress. Complete form now. Oh. See, look at that. I don't check none of that. I wouldn't. I get on here because y'all never did nothing. I don't check your messages. Y'all never was like, Kakarot. So I thought y'all was bots like everybody else in the room. Just faking. I thought the messages was fake. That's for real. That's how I'm looking at it. I'm like, they try to scam me in these DMs, bro. When the currency was dissolved, 26. You should take action like that. Following the below provision safeguard the data host. You have 8 days. Submit. If you then see your account automatically the Bigo being mentioned. Bigo no the Bigo I didn't know that. Fire is whoa. Really? I got fired? Hey, Turk fired me. I didn't even know. I got fired. I got fired from Y&T months ago and didn't even know, cuz. That should just see what I'm saying. I was just found. Look, I just said I'm leaving in Revelations like that, and I just checked and got the notice that I technically wasn't doing nothing. This whole time I'm sitting here just the whole time didn't even know. Dang, what am I on, bro? Dang, cuz. Okay, so. Dang. Oh. Oh, did you know I wasn't I wasn't in there no more? I'm just on here. It was like Kakarot I didn't know. Talk about finding another agency. I didn't know. I wouldn't know. I don't know. So I'm not even in nowhere. That's fine. So that's Jose. Is that probably why my number's been like that? What up, Janae? Is that why my number's been like that then? Because I wasn't agency no more? Because I went from hundreds, sometimes 200-300 by itself. And I noticed around that time is when it stopped. That's probably why my numbers started going down. But y'all gotta DM me. Feel me? Where this is Beagle. Don't send me no message in that. Send me a message. So I know to look at it. I don't look at none of that stuff. And I'm so sick of talking to Beagle, bro. Being on live. Saying, please acknowledge Kakarot in something. But I don't know. I don't want to. I gotta find an agency now. Oh, shoot. Okay. Oh my God. Right when I got excited. So, geez, oh my God. That just makes me feel like it's incomplete. Like I'm broadcasting how like one of my cameras got turned off or something, you know? And I'm not able to go full. It stalled the message. No, it didn't. It just... Oh. I did not know that this whole time. What else I ain't looked at? Alright, so... Oh my God. Well, okay, so if Mary is passed away, which God, hope to God, saved my life. If Mary is passed away and died, I said, that ain't happening no time soon, right? She's passed away. She's passed away. Which I might bite every word I said. Because I had no idea. No idea. Because you forget he was dreaming. But this is the key. This is my ultimate key for anyone that subjects. Mary is passed away. She died. But because she was found with child of the Holy Ghost, she did, as Rochelle, give birth to Emmanuel. So Emmanuel is here. But Mary would be resting in peace. Resting in peace. Excuse me, Mom. Oh my God. Bless you. God bless. Thank you. Sorry. Now, she be resting in peace. Now, because that's Mary, Joseph either is alive, which he isn't. Joseph died too. As well as, since Mary has a mother, Joseph has to be also Mary's husband. So there's two Josephs. But I don't want to confuse everyone. Emmanuel's with Mary's mother, who's still alive, who had a husband also. But because Mary's mother raised Emmanuel, Jesus isn't born yet. Jesus is to be raised by Mary. Emmanuel got raised by Mary's mother, Mary. So Joseph also would be Emmanuel's grandfather, Jesus' grandfather, who was Mary's his grandmother, husband, who passed away. So but because we can't leave Emmanuel because Jesus isn't here. So let's slash Emmanuel and Jesus and throw Mary, who's his grandmother, Joseph, who's his grandfather, and put them to the side. But because Jesus' father, Emmanuel's father, and his mother are passed away, it would be impossible, I said, for it to have been any day soon. Now, what I'm going to eat is the next verse, which I had no idea, because you forget he's in a dream. I might eat those because if she does, we're all it's over. You only know she woke up for that reason. But the significance, you see what the words are. I said woke up. Right? Now, here I'm going to say it again. Jesus, Emmanuel's mother, would be passed away. Rest in peace. She'd be dead. Jesus' mother would be dead. But because of Jesus and the significance of Jesus, Emmanuel, Jehovah, Maher, Sovereign, AAO, One Love, Kakarot, the Holy Spirit, the Lord of Hosts, because Jehovah himself, because of Emmanuel, because of Jesus and Maher, Sovereign, AAO, Kakarot, because of the Holy Spirit, oh, love, what, Jehovah, Kakarot, all of us, because of Emmanuel and Jesus himself. And let's go Maher. And Sovereign can bless us. So, because of Jesus, the significance, here is wisdom. He who has wisdom, right? When people he loved passed away, died, and was resting in peace, no longer alive, Jesus said, no, they're not dead, they're just sleeping. So sleep, so sleep now becomes significant to death. Dead. It does. It holds weight that someone's no longer alive. But in Jesus' world, there's sleep. So that's a significant word in this particular section of the book. So the fact that I said that they were dead, they're passed away, they're asleep, but she could wake up. When I said no time soon, she said the only way that Jesus is going to be born is if Mary woke up, because she gave birth to Emmanuel before she went to sleep. But that's just Emmanuel. Jesus would have had to have been born from her as well. The same mother. But to show significance, now on weight of Joseph, because if Mary's sleeping, Joseph would be asleep, right? As to say, passed away. So what happened, me knowing mother is sleeping, she's dead, she's passed away, she's resting in peace. Then Joseph being raised from sleep automatically shut everything down, because that automatically puts he wasn't here anymore. So that if Yeshua himself was living and he knew his dad that gave birth to him, that he could touch himself right now, was no longer here. But he needed to be here for it to even be possible. And needed to have faith. His father was somewhere else. But the significance of that somewhere else being the absolute need for it to even be real. Because the dream itself, when all this took place with Mary becoming the public shame, he was already asleep. He didn't witness that. Well, he did witness that. I apologize. He did witness that with her and what she did for her to divorce. But he shortly after was asleep. So when she did the big one, he was asleep. When it was for sure, she wasn't coming back home to Jesus, to Emmanuel, he was asleep then. When Emmanuel made the decision to put her away. Because that's what people don't get. Everything is God. If someone's living life and God sends them to do it, it's God's book. So Joseph is the biggest sign that is connected to Jesus. It's his thought too. Because think, she's with him as well. They're Mary and Joseph. It's the Song of Solomon. He didn't want her because of, say, Maria. And, you know, if Pika is only who's over Saint Maria, and if Remalia's son is only the head of Saint Maria, then Saint Maria became the vow of Mary. So, not doubting Mary, but not knowing if he could go to her, for if she was corrupted by Saint Maria and followed, or if she herself was it. The dream only ensured him he could trust Mary, that she was not those 7 demons. See, for 7 demons to occur, there's a host. And the devil could be the host, but it's of a woman. And the act of a woman is only perfected by a woman, for he's not a woman. So, those 7 demons would have been the 7 Iscariot's that betrayed God. Yeshua. They would represent the 7 Marys. That's what people should understand. The 7 Marys. Which could be the 8th, her herself. So, that's that. But think, if Yeshua destroyed his whole body, wouldn't she, as his mother, had prophesied herself? Just to show her son. Think of David. The 8th would have been possibly her. So, the destruction of that, significantly, could be the biggest catch. Only to think, if he thought 3, she was out. He got all of them. 4 would have shocked the hell out of him, right? So, that's all I'm trying to say. That's the difference. There's a bigger picture with this story. There's a bigger picture because it's more characters you could ever imagine. You just now found Emmanuel's proof. Mary and Joseph are passed away. As of today, July 26th and 7th. They passed away this month to be, love to you. They died holding hands, basically, which is even more abundant of waking up. Think of that. One day apart to wake them up this month. But my point is, knowing they're in that situation, that this is what the key is. That you would have to, this is the biggest key. You have to wake Joseph up. So that now to Yeshua, and his daddy is gone, but the Bible says waking up in his language, knowing he's asleep, is the biggest faith, because it did connect it. Think of that. On this wise, and it still speaks of this wise, Joseph had to be awakened from his sleep, for he was dreaming. That dream could be preparation. Remember Adam. He didn't, when he was walking, have her. And he didn't just because he woke up, she was there. It was in his dream that transpired. So that dream could be significant as preparation as well, as literally acts to come while in that state, because it happened during. Like I said, he didn't wake up to it. It happened during. So that dream state, abundance of, and look at the depth of Kakara. I know Joseph. You understand? I was about to say, I know my dad. I know Joseph. He's passed away. The only way that could happen is if he woke up. That's the only way. For the fact of that to be, then Joseph being raised from sleep. So the abundance to not want her while he was sleeping is very significant as possibility. It's his rib. How do you not identify that being what you want out of you? In that state, to refuse it. Think of it. He had the dream that night, but he was already, hold on. Then Joseph being raised from sleep. Look at that. Look at this. But while he thought on these things, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared unto him. So look, so while he thought on these things, so he's already known she was like, but while he thought on these things, which still doesn't mean he was asleep, then the angel appeared to him in a dream. Then possibly is the death. So this whole from verse 20 until the end at 24 when he woke up. 24, which is very significant because that's a very significant number for Joseph. That's a big number with him. The biggest, that's the biggest number with him. That's the biggest number. That is, look, just him all around just douching on the set. That's his big number. He loves that. That's actually my dad's favorite number. Is 24. One of them, he loves that number. And 16 would be my grandfather's. Let's see what 16 says. And Jacob begat Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who was called Christ. That's both of theirs. So my grandfather is 16, which significantly point to Joseph. And my father's is 24, which significantly point to Joseph. If there was two possibilities, look at the pastor that's teaching you. That bears both of their numbers of his. My grandfather raised me, and my father and my mother were not able. But my name was something else when I was born. And I have my social security card that has my name, my original name. Then it was changed to, this, which is my name, by my mother named me that. Surprisingly, my grandmother named me the other one. But I had both names. Didn't have both identities. But, that's because I'm still living in one, which is fine. I'm not leaving. That's the only thing. If my mother and father wake up, I know for a fact my time is done. I'm not going to be here any longer. But at the same time, that's a good thing. For I'll be back. But not as he, not as myself. I won't. I'll be I will be. But, I think I'm here to have fun, especially I just now found out. Understand, I'm somebody. I'm one of them. I'm one of them on the set. I'm one of these niggas. How about that wood? Ain't no way I'm here to, I went to some crazy. I went to some stuff, cuz on everything. That's good. I'm holding the fact that I don't know, man. This is crazy. It's just hard, and I knew he was gonna do it. That's what happened. It is. I remember that. That's what happened on the set, and you just serve, cuz he served me. He tried to get. He wanted that. That's I was just asking, because that just never happened. He would have never did that. God doesn't work like that, but he did it with me. Then Joseph being raised from sleep. So I knew that. See how that stopped me? Then Joseph being raised from sleep did as the angel of the Lord had bidden him, and took unto him his wife. Now, the only thing with that, if he died and was awakened, that still doesn't significantly mean he awake for Jesus. Especially if he just now found out he's Emmanuel, and his mother and father exist, and his grandmother exists. His grandmother was supposed to die and just got healed by him. So he's very happy at the moment his grandfather passed away, who told him not to heal him. So there's a lot of crazy stuff going in that boy's life, that man's life. There's no way he's going to leave and become Jesus Christ. I don't care. I don't care if Africa need help tonight. There's no way he's not going to. There's no way. There's no way. There'd be no Exodus then. There's no way. It's not, but I'm just saying. Not that. There's no way. Yeshua, he is going to wait. He's going to have to. They can come back. Matter of fact, let me state it again. If Mary and Joseph come back, they're just here to watch Emmanuel. Because there's no way he's going to show up. I wouldn't let him. He's going to have to fight me and be able to beat me up to be able to go. God show it, knock, I beat him up just for him to sit down. He couldn't. Whoever want to fight for it, we can fight for him. If you beat me up, he can go. But he's not. I refuse to let him. He's not being born until I say so. That's for real. You can mark my words about that. You will not see that star no time soon. That's tonight. That's now. That's dedicated now. If I say I want him right now, he'll come right. He'll be the announcement of coming. You're just not gonna hear those words no time soon. What's about to happen is I'm about to be here for a long time. I'm straight up about to be here. I'm about to have fun. I'm about to chill. I'm about to do all types. I'm about to light this baby up. I'm a Hilltop 253 323 crib on area. I'm niggas over. Yeah, that's funny. Mark my words. He ain't going nowhere. He ain't about to go nowhere. Then Joseph, being raised from sleep, did as the angel of the Lord had bidden him, and took unto him his wife, and knew her not till she had brought forth her firstborn son. And that wouldn't be him still. Her firstborn is Emmanuel. Jesus is her next. And he knew her not till she had brought forth her firstborn son. And he called his name Jesus. So that gives the weight. So you gotta praise Emmanuel. That's the only way you're gonna get to Yeshua. He will not let you. Because there's no significance. He can prophesize of Yeshua and pave the way of him, which still doesn't make sense. You feel what I'm saying? Because it's that's clearly it. So that's it. That's it. Yeshua, yeah, he has no significance to just. There would be no reason, especially if no one knows of me as well. And maybe I'm not meant to be. Who knows? But or maybe I'm just proof I was here. You know? And I kept my word. Who knows? But I'm about to have fun though. I know that. So what we're not about to do is keep going. Only because the next Sunday is August, which is my birth month. And I honestly believe the significance of reading is entitled to next week. But since there's so many versions of it, that would rule out Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of me reading. So I will continue. What up, Nene? I will continue this week, throughout the week, hopefully, praising I have time. But I will not continue tonight. It is 1 o'clock. And I don't have no beans for a lottery, no diamonds, so I'm going to call it a night. Your boy just made it to Mathews, and what Mathews already started to do was narrow down current. There's no few years and his dad or his mom pass away, and he can use it as significance. What Mathews did was narrow down. There's no candidate other than who can fill those shoes. So you got to, and the fact you're teaching it. See, I can't prophesy that the story is long. I can't prophesy. Who says the Bible is a long story ago? Someone has been telling the world this, when the people would have identically said, this is where you are today. So if we're in Mathews, which we're not, I would tell you we're in Mathews, which I now just found it would only be because he's here, or he's on the literal brink. I would even open. See, the only thing about Mathews, this is what. Oh, snaps. Oh my God. Okay, look. She shall bring forth. Fourth. 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 4th. She shall bring forth. Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, all have his birth. All have his birth. 4. She shall bring forth. All 4 of them was born. Why? Because Emmanuel, God with us. Can I get a spiritual talk? Do you want to ask questions, or do you want me to just spiritually talk? Bring forth. It's 4. There's 4, 4, 4, and 4. There's 4 of them. I don't know what the yes is. Yes questions or yes of me? He shall bring forth. It's 4. 4th, because it's Matthew, Mark, Luke and John is who she's going to bring forth. It's all four of them have to be born in that way. Why? Because they each look at the balance. Because when you go to Mark, it dives a little deeper. Then you go to Luke, and it gives significance of dialogue, of actions before. Then you go to John, and then so one is even about John more than the other. So that's lifetimes. And I believe each one opens, because you can't, no book crosses each other, because it has to keep the time frame. It can go back, but they don't equally, this is going on while this is going on. They do that, but it's not like that, because it still has to keep the time frame of forward. The only way that could have happened is if it went back in time, because he wouldn't have did it 4 separate times. See what I'm saying? There wouldn't be 4 different Jesuses. What it was is how many times he went back. You know what I mean? Because, yeah. They don't parallel, and they have to continue forward. So that's how it's a new birth every time, because they have to go forward. They're not going backwards. Even the books of the Bible that go back, like the whole book is going back, is moving forward, because it just shows what they were doing. They were going back. In time, a time when people repeated themselves over and over in history. That's why it's the new book. That's what they were doing. They were reflecting the past. This particular being the past, but it's there today. This isn't that. These are new. That's what I want people to get. They're new, but they branch details of the first book. That's how you got to see the combination, because you see the sequence of the Bible answers things that may not have been mentioned so detailed in this, which is that, but it isn't, because it's a new life. That's a new them. Mark is a new, and if he died in Mathews like that, Mark is new, which I can only give witness if it was, because that means he fought Judas again, or not 4 Judases, but yeah, but that, we don't have to worry about that. But that for sure means he would have died 4 times. That's for sure, because it wouldn't be once. I know them. If he's the fruit of life, it wasn't one fruit on his branch. I know them. I know him. He would have did it 4 times. He'd have did it 4 times. He would have died 4 times. Just so you can see it, but they would have been 4 different times, is all I'm saying. Like, they would have been different. And then that makes sense, because some were hung, some were burned, some were murdered, and some were like shot dead and stuff like that, arrowed and stuff. So to die once by that would have been impossible. So the fact that there's 4 deaths, if I'm saying it correctly, she shall bring forth. Well, think about that. Think about that. And since Emmanuel's separate himself, you couldn't combine him and Yeshua anyway. So that automatically rules him to be even one of them. So forth, a child. It wouldn't be another child that she gave birth to. So it would have to have been, I just immediately thought, where does he appear 4 separate times? And not to be someone different. And Matthew, Mark, and Luke, John are the only four that bear him anyway. So it immediately made me think, bring forth in the same sequence of how she just brought him in when someone else was here. When would that repeat? And you see that birth happen, right? Forth. Why is there Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John only the entrance and birth and life of him anyway? Those are the fourth. Those are the four entrances. Those are the four child she birthed. And if you follow, she already gave birth to one, which is Emmanuel. He technically would have been the second. Anyway, technically, not even technically, he's the second anyway, which is starting 4, because Matthew, so he's the first. Then Mark gets born, which is very strange. And then Luke gets born, and these are all him. So these are all the forms of what he would go as. Matthew is original, that's now, but it's still, she would have to have been woken up, but it's now. Mark is subject to Matthew. That's why it pulls so much knowledge and is able to rush and get through things quickly, because it already pulls from it happened. And if you really look closely, and this is prophesizing, if you really look close to Mark, it'll bear witness of a double. It itself will say, you know, it has to, because it has to teach. If this is twice, it has to bear fruit that it's twice. And then Luke, if Luke is the third birth of him, it would have to trail it. And fourth, being John, it would have to shut it down as it. Then you see Acts no longer repeats any of it anymore. It continues from it, still able to go back to it, but from it, which should have significantly, which is funny, bear all four in some hilarious fashion. They knew. And Emmanuel himself. This, you guys gotta understand, this is God. You're not dealing with a human. Why the white guy just stands there? Verse, it's possible to have 4 lives. 4 lives. Think about that. And he already showed you he can do 2. He already proved 2. Emmanuel and Yeshua himself. Why wouldn't it be? Is all I'm asking. Who the hell at this time too? I don't know. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Who's this?
I'm Janae.
Oh. From Bigo?
Yeah.
Oh, what up? What up? Is it possible you call me back after? Are you alright?
I need to talk to you.
Okay. How long you gonna be up?
Like 4 o'clock.
What time is it now?
3:26.
Alright, call me before you about to go to sleep and you ain't too tired to talk.
Okay.
Alright. Hey, who the hell that was? That was, shoot. About the Ku Klux Klan was about to get me. That number, she said 333 3333. Oh, you feel bad. I didn't even see that. I didn't see that at all. She feel bad. I feel bad that I didn't see that. I just been talking. See, when I get in my mood, I just be talking. But I think that the 4. That is the 4 right there. That's the fourth. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. He kept doing it. Think about that. The first go round, boom. Alright, do it again. See if they pay attention. But as a step progressing for what he did, taking that information, everyone's spiritual awareness, doing it again, seeing how quick. Then got the second batch, do it again. See how quick, how soon, how long it take. Third, and then here's the fourth. So 4 times over. And that could rep north, east, west, south. That could be 12 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 9 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? That can be summer, winter, spring, and fall. However, but 4. And that fourth, I believe, covered that particular. It's just, like I said, I refuse to do chapter 2. Not tonight. I don't want to put you guys through that. But I'm very intrigued because now it's no holds barred. And if I'm supposedly up to date with everyone else, I feel like I rushed everybody. You know, like, and what I mean by that is like, I already feel like I'm too far ahead. Like, if I'm supposed to be reading this to get where everyone else is level to talk about it, I already feel like I'm about to kill myself. I feel like I'm about to do what everyone's a victim of. Like I'm about to kill everybody with information. That ain't right. Already took one step into this chapter and I already feel like I've blasphemed God already. That's not good. That is not good at all. That is bad. But what can we do, right? White man Brooklyn and Illuminati's here. So, but we definitely about to keep going. We're about to read this whole book. And the moment, but because the information is still, it's like it's waiting for him. If you really read the Bible and just really was waiting for like the Ku Klux Klan to literally come out and be mentioned, and it doesn't, only because it's not meant. Think about that. Who's gonna mention it? So that becomes the whole book. The book itself, if you really believe in God, the knowledge is not withheld, but the book doesn't hold, literally, it does every day, but it doesn't hold, that's good though. If the Bible isn't that powerful anymore, respectfully saying it to it, not because you battling and someone tempting it, someone trying to make it bow down to whatever. Like if the Bible and the Quran got into the fight and the Quran was like, I'm about to subdue the Bible or something, you know. But you notice it's not that powerful as far as really bearing that. Right? It don't got that in it. And Jesus said it himself. It ain't got that in it. And now I'm that high and wise with wisdom and knowledge. I can see it doesn't have. That's why I'm insulting it. Really, I really took a shot at it. I feel like it doesn't have that. Because it puts a lot of I have to explain. No, it does. It puts a lot of I have to explain. With it right there. But once explained, and you know what's going to be crazy? All it's going to take is division. As soon as this is who he is, and I start saying it, they're going to just give it. that that's what I meant. The whole time I'm saying in me, I meant it. Nope. But as soon as Kakarot is blank, 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 it's gonna be looked at as blank, 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 which is gonna be only thing that ensures is no questions asked, because it becomes information for me given to be accepted. This information is more which I should have free to say, and it shouldn't have to be proven. It should be took as said. What happens is you let what's said be misguided by God to say this is not right. So once God puts it in you, he's wrong. Then you go by that's wrong information. Prove. Because I don't think it's right. But you would still let yourself process the spoken word. It doesn't have to be proved, because it never had to be proved in the beginning. It just had to be the truth. If it wasn't the truth, as something sour, something rotten, something uncooked, you'd spit it out. So because of that judgment and falseness has been able to be breached, it now, once proof becomes 100% and you're able to authenticate it, you rely on that being the only way to authenticate. When you yourself was the proof of anything, whether it was true or whether it was false, you were the bearer of that information being processed. So I believe you would give that individual that same benefit. I shouldn't have to prove it. You should prove where it's not should be listened to. You know, you don't have to be rude at me, but that's, prove where you believed in what I said, and like God threatened you he was gonna kill you if you kept listening. That's proof. That's the only reason you shouldn't keep listening. But just to ask somebody to prove something, I just don't think that's fair on. You guys understand there is someone in history that the words are his words, and not just because the book, regardless. So you can't keep it shut that the availability, that whether it's him, whether it's sent from him, or whether God said, I'm going to make you like my son, you can't deny the possibility of that route. Is all. But still asking you to rely on yourself. Take it to God and let his hands, his spirit, his guidance be the judge. No one does that, because I think he says go, listen, and because you now want to become unsure, that was the response, but give me that chance. And what's sad, you don't either protect yourself or you're not protecting yourself, because either you're defending yourself to say you want to know if I'm telling the truth to get away from me, or you're not defending yourself to find out if you're telling the truth to keep coming and staying to me, close to me, staying from me as hard as with me. You're not doing it either, because you'd have had a response by now, which I know 100% there's one response. And if you're in love with somebody, that's the same response that's going to tell you to stay with them. As searching for what's the truth in you, and love is in your heart, love is going to tell you to be there, right? And not give you the wrong answer. So if you trusted that voice that told you to stay, why would love tell you to leave when it was happy? So because it does tell you that, well, that wasn't love. Those two voices. My point is, you're not trusting those emotions anyway. even if it can get sent in the wrong favor. You're not trusting the results. Henceforth, yourself is in more danger than you think. Because if it's a for sure 100%, this is going to get answered. Why did you put it in there? Just to see for yourself. Because it may answer, don't listen to me. But my point is, if that same love that supports the happy, that supports the mother and father when they need advice on how to raise that child, or when you're not sure what you're supposed to do in life, and it slowly gives you the response. And I could trust that spirit, that window, that house of God, that home of God, that house of God, to give you the correct answer and guidance and pleasure in life. Why wouldn't we acknowledge whether or not God is going to answer you on my behalf? And I'm more upset, why didn't you check? Because my confidence, I know it's not going to tell you to come away and go away and walk away from me. My upsetting, I know you didn't check. Because if you even check, if you had enough sense to look and it say and go, should I keep listening? And you had enough sense to ask, you have enough sense to get the answer. And it's not going to say leave Kakarot. So I know you didn't ask. Or if you ask, you forsake the answer. Now, let's just say it did say leave me. You would have had to ask. Henceforth, you gave me proper judgment to look, analyze for yourself and see. That's the difference. But because I'm speaking, because even the spirit of checking, someone has sent me and supported me and gave me its best to speak, I know it would not have crossed and sent you advice to not go further with me. So I know you are ashamed to either look, to check, or you're heartless enough to not care. But if it's not for me, did people really think I come on live for myself? I'm not selfish. If I bear information, he wants me to tell you. How is it for myself? If I have it and I'm okay, I don't need to look for him. But for you, on the other hand, to do it, that's the difference. That's what I look for. Who really has my back by having his. And when I see you treat him that way, via way of me, I know the answer already. If you loved him, you would love me. If you loved me, you would go looking for him. Because you do neither. You love neither me nor my father. And that's fine. We still love you enough to continue. That's the truth. I just hate the fact that you hate me enough not to honor him. Because I know for a fact the person that's portraying to be Jesus, his mother and father are not dead. So he could never wake anyone from a dream in that form. He would have to say his father was in a dream state, alive by some blessing, and he was asleep. Which is, that's fine. There's no war with that being his way he went. I'm just saying, Kakarot didn't read that. So the fact that it ain't in my book can't be in yours either. But I'm just saying, that ain't it. That's amazing. My dad fit that. I just found it funny. My dad could be awakened. So I just want to give praise to God, you guys. I did say, God promised he wasn't going to hurt Granny. He wasn't going to do things to Granny. She's going through medical things. And he promised me she'd be okay. I took it in my own hands, and I got sick and tired of it. I went over there, healed her, my name, my faith, my blessing, and the results sustained. She reversed her ailment, and it got well. I did that. And I just thank God for that. And I'm angry that, it had to come to it. But I was able to put my hands on her, pray, ask Emmanuel, ask myself, ask my teachings, my church, my blessings, to heal my grandmother. Put my hands on where the ailment was at. Next thing you know, they tell me it's starting to improve. So I just have to shout out Emmanuel, shout out myself, shout out Pastor Kakarot, my Father Jehovah God, for helping me. But I know it was through His word, me being fed up, not demanding, not forcing, not making. God said He wants my grandmother to pass away. God said it. But if God just takes my grandmother away, I'm going to look at, why did you tell me something? And not either have the courage to prepare me for it, or why would you do it anyway? I would. You say don't question God, but who are you as a son to your father to get treated as if you're not worth that as well? My only thing is, if God promised me something, and I had to realize my father didn't keep his word, versus him telling me I'm not able to do it, but just hurting me instead, yeah, I would subject to God's decision, fearing that wasn't God, but knowing and understanding it as well. So it wouldn't bother me. I just would know that isn't His style. So everyone's quick to be hauled off by Him instead of show Him you love Him. And you would only love the person that loved you enough that wouldn't have did what you had to suffer, and understood your cry, understood your prayer, understood your request, to have Him be the judge, Him look into that, and Him be the person that seek that through for you. That's Him. Whoever gave you that action, careless, reckless, unconcerned for you, why wouldn't you look? So that's Him. And that always will be, because it's unfair. If only you were looking for Him. So I thank you, oh Emmanuel. I thank you, God. I thank you, Yeshua. Thank you to my granny for healing my granny, blessing her, being there for her. That's what I think. I just thank God for all of it. That's what He was blessing me and was able me to do. Not to force it, not to feel like I cried about it, not to feel like I was angry or bitter, demanding it. I know what my Father promised, and to give me a serpent before the piece of bread He promised to give me. Not just that I asked for. Yeah, what did I learn if I didn't look to demand that? So, but I thank my church, thank God. Y'all have a wonderful night. Peace and blessings. I pray to see y'all today. If not, we'll see you Tuesday. And knowing where we are, I can't stay away too far. So thank y'all. I love you. Have a wonderful day. Wonderful night. Sweet dreams. God bless. Kakarot out.